has to go. And if he gets going right from the top of the order, then 300 plus, which is the average score here, is very much a possibility.
And of course, Sumo Chaka's 160 against New Zealand in New Zealand was something to behold. Mali, as we look at the West Indies perspective and their key players, your thoughts?
Well, for me, one name that jumps out, obviously, Shea Hope. We know he's been the class player of this format for the West Indies in the last 4 or 5 years. But Shafane Rutherford, we saw him almost come of age in Sri Lanka, scoring 4 half-centuries back to back as well, in tough conditions, against spin-heavy attacks. Something which he'll face a bit of here at Warner Park in this ODI. So looking forward, he's a player who's quite dynamic. He's got fantastic hands. I'm looking forward to that matchup between him and Mahedi Miraz as well.
All right, a lot of key players, according to Atta and Mali, there in this series. Stay tuned for it. And now we get to hear from a couple of perhaps key batsmen, young batsmen matching up in this series, speaking a little bit earlier to Nikhil.
Casey, thanks so much for spending some time with us this morning. 5 days ago, you were engaged in the Test series. Tell us how your preparation maybe changes in a way when you come into this change in format.
Well, luckily I've been playing quite a bit of ODI cricket of recent. In the last 2 years, I've been a part of the team, so it's kind of first nature, being that I just really got into Test cricket, so it's not really that much of a changeover for me.
128 in your last one-day international. Just tell us what pleased you the most about the way you batted in that 100.
The thing what stood out most for me was I was there until the end, and I was able to help the team get a series victory. Outside of me getting my first ODI 100, I was really pleased that I was there to the end to see the team to an ODI series victory.
Casey, when you look back on your one-day international journey to this point, what do you think have been your biggest learnings?
Just the challenges of keeping up with the pace of the game. I came in, it was a known point where I had to increase my scoring, especially versus spin. I've been working very hard towards it. There's still a lot of room for improvement, but that has been the most pleasing thing for me thus far.
Zakir Ali, most runs in the Test series. First of all, tell us, reflecting on that, what pleased you about the way you batted?
Actually, yes, it's quite a good series for me, I must say. Doing lots of hard work in the middle. And the main thing I'm focusing on the process, what I'm doing every day, every match, and just trying to back myself and keep staying simple, switch on, switch off, and the main thing was the mindset. I know they will come hard. Just I try to, stay calm and just keep going.
Yeah, tell me about that battle with Azari Joseph and Jaden Seals. They went short at you in the Test matches. What did you enjoy about the battle the West Indies bowlers threw at you?
Actually, yeah, quite difficult. They went challenge me, but I said that I just preparing myself. I know that kind of ball might be coming, and I just ready for that. And they're bowling really hard in this kind of hard wicket, windy situation. That they're giving me lots of tough times, but hopefully I survive it, and I just back myself and keep going.
Your idol, Mushfiqur, Shakib, Shanto, a couple of the senior guys have been missing in the last couple of series. How have you adapted to the added responsibility with bat in hand?
Actually, everyone in this Test series, everyone take their responsibility. Someone's clicks, someone's not. But the mindset was there. We have to take responsibility. We have to play for our nation pride. And yes, hopefully I'm click. And I just my basic game is like that, playing go deep of the game, and waiting for loose balls and something like that.
Okay, go well today.
Thank you.
Love hearing from those two young batters. Atar Ali Khan, your thoughts on this Bangladesh lineup?
Well, really good to see Nahid Rana in the team, because there is Taskin Ahmed and Tanzeen Hassan Saki. We also mentioned about someone like Rishad Hussain, the right-arm leg spinner. But it's the top order. It's the top order who would need to go score runs, because this is a high-scoring surface.
A very competitive team there, even for the names that are missing. Mali, the West Indies lineup.
Yeah, everything happens at the top for the West Indies here. Brandon King and Evan Lewis. Quite an explosive opening partnership. We've seen Evan just struggle slightly, though, against high pace. And seeing Nahid Rana in this attack for Bangladesh should make for very, very interesting viewing. Power play 1 should be fireworks.
Yes, it is a really special location here at Warner Park. Let's get an overview of it and conditions here with Sir Curtly Ambrose and Samuel Badri.
An early morning sprinkle has given way to bright and brilliant sunshine here. Sunday morning, Warner Park. It's usually quite a petite venue, intimate because of the boundary dimensions, quite small, as well as the stands, not big stands here. Speaking about the boundary sizes, if you're bowling from the pavilion end, it's 69 meters straight back over the bowler's head, into the wind, 67 meters and 70 meters with the wind. Just look out for those sixes being hit with the wind here at this venue. Alongside me, just for an assessment of this surface, Sir Curtly Ambrose. Curtly, when we come to this venue, one of the things that we always find is a very good pitch. What have you got to say about this one today?
Well, standing 6 feet 8 inches, it looks a good surface. However, let's go down for closer inspection. It's a nice covering of grass. 1 or 2 little bare patches here or there, but nothing to be alarmed about. It's very, very, very hard. I reckon it will be a bit pacey. It could bounce a bit. Even contest between bat and ball.
One of the things that we've seen is that there's a bit of trepidation for teams to use their spinners at this venue, given the alluring boundary sizes. But we've got some quality spinners on show, so they might have an impact. Bangladesh, 11-0. Shai Hope doesn't want to make it 12.
It's usually a nice smooth ride from the island of St. Kitts to Nevis. We expect things not to be as smooth as that once the umpires call play. Wonderful, wonderful location. Just look at that peace and serenity. Weather conditions are very good. Mali Richards and Atar Ali Khan here still here with me. We heard Samuel Badri talking there about the reluctance of spin here. So let's go with the fast bowling theme. And guys like Alzari and Seals, how important will they be in the absence of Matthew Ford and Shamar Joseph?
Obviously, they'll be very, very important. Alzari Joseph, he's been almost the spearhead of this ODI bowling lineup. He's taken wickets as well with that new ball in the power play 1, so he'll be looking to do more of the same. Matthew Ford, big miss. What he brings to the table is he brings that ability to really move that new ball in to the right-handed batters, away from left-handers, and he's proven to be a real challenge for most of the batters that he's come across. So West Indies have a bit of thinking to do. I'll be interested to see how Shai Hope marshals his bowlers as well. That would be very important here. It's quite hot. We know it's good batting conditions, but as I said, Alzari Joseph, I think, is key with his extra pace.
Yeah, third most wickets by a seamer since 2022 in ODI cricket. The death bowling is something to keep your eye on. Let's keep with the fast bowling theme at and Nahid Rana.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone in with the inform bowlers. They've picked up Nahid Rana. We already saw what he did in the test matches. He's quick, his sheer pace, and also very, very accurate in terms of his control, the lines that he's bowled. But it's a different format here. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about. Seriously, would like to see him just bowl as quick as possible because pace can hit you hard. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to.
When we talk about ODI cricket now, Mali, we talk so much in terms more often than not of scores over 300, something the West Indies have had on their radar for a couple of seasons now.
Yeah, scores over 300. We've seen it, especially here at Warner Park. Quite a small ground, small boundaries straight as well. So the players that actually run the best, maneuver the ball into the wider parts of this field, I think they'll be most successful and they'll be best set up for these big totals.
Atta, how have Bangladesh gone on that front? Given that they've won the toss, they've decided to bat first. I think they've only scored over 300 a couple of occasions, 2 or 3 occasions in the last 2 seasons.
I think they will not be looking in that direction. What they will be looking forward to is whether the 1, 2, 3, 4 can give them a really solid start. and lay a solid foundation because they have batters. You know, Jackarelli, he smashes sixes. Rishad Hussain, he likes to hit sixes. So we have the power hitter down the order. But it's important that the top order, as we always mention, needs to get themselves in because this looks like a really good batting surface. We'll have to wait and see. Early, maybe a little bit of moisture might do something, but, oh, very good for batting here.
Big thanks to Atar Ali Khan and Tamale. We'll hear more from them as we go through this day and through the rest of this series. The battle and the commencement of it is not that far away. Shea Hope will be hoping to lead his men to a series win. It's very, very important. Brandon King is back on show after the short break. Live action, Sumusaka hoping to set things alight.
Sunny Sunday morning here for the CG United, the first ODI live from Warner Park, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. West Indies up against Bangladesh. This series promises so much entertainment. The teams then just a couple changes for the West Indies from their last series win against England. In Bangladesh, they have a couple spinners and some quality fast bowlers in their ranks. Both teams actually have so much to play for in the series from a West Indian standpoint. 2027 World Cup qualification, and for Bangladesh quite imminently the Champions Trophy in a few months' time. This multi-format tour, Bangladesh in the West Indies 2024, started off with the Test series, and boy, wasn't that entertaining. The first one won by the West Indies by 201 runs. Bangladesh roared back strongly with a win of their own by 101. So that now sets the stage for this white ball leg of the series. The first one and all the others played right here at St. Kitts. And then, of course, we have the T20Is. All of those 3 matches will be played in St. Vincent. So lots of action to look out for between these 2 teams. Weather forecast is set fair for today. Such a lovely island, this one. So much history and so many activities. It's such a beautiful place, St. Kitts. And this venue, too, is such a storied one. Nice to see the young boys and girls given an opportunity to walk out with some of the heroes. The Republic Bank 5 for Fun is something that I'm sure they were involved with as Cricket West Indies aims to grow the sport across the region. And what an opportunity that is. Something that will be indelibly etched in their minds for such a long time. Soaking every moment of it. Sunday morning, no better place to be than here with some of the global superstars. CG United Trophy, this is what they'll be playing for. Bangladesh have been dominating in this format against the West Indies. 11 consecutive victories for them. And West Indies, no doubt, will be looking to turn the tide here in this pivotal game 1. Match officials all set. Everyone seems ready to go for the formal start of proceedings. But if you guys saw the test series and saw the competitive nature of that, and these 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th respectively in the ODI table, we expect this one too to be keenly contested. And of course the aggression and the passion as these 2 teams collide here this morning. Such an emotional moment too, this, when the anthems are being played. We'll hear all 3 of them, the anthem of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and then the 2 teams, the representative anthem of the West Indies and the national anthem of Bangladesh. Whenever you hear these anthems being played, it evokes so many emotions. Let's go then to the anthems.
Number 18, Afif Hussein. Number 13 is Mahamadullah. Number 22 is Rishad Hussein. Tanzil Sakib is number 41. Jacob Ali is 51. We're going to have the anthems for the respective teams.
Yeah, what a moment that is for the young boys and girls, the anthem buddies and the flag bearers. The formalities are completed now, so we're just getting closer to the start of live action in this CG United first ODI. What form this man comes in with, Shafin Rutherford, he'll have his opportunity, no doubt, a little bit later on. News coming through is that Shea Hope isn't feeling too well, so he may not take the field immediately. And so Brandon King, the vice captain, will be tasked. No, Shea Hope is there. He is good to go. All right, so some good news then for the West Indies. Their skipper is good to go. Last minute instructions and just reinforcement of the plans. And you really want to get off to a good start in game 1 of a 3-match series. You don't have much time to rebound. West Indies in their last 4 bilateral series. They've won 2 and they've lost 2, but they've come into this one on the back of a good win against England. Brandon King and Evan Lewis with good form, and it's a team that has shown good promise in the recent past. And Justin Graves makes a return. Jaden Seals didn't play in that last ODI as well, and for Bangladesh, quite a few changes from the last time they played against Afghanistan. Mehdi Hassan Miraz leading for the first time in a series, in an ODI full series. We saw him with the leadership responsibility in the test matches. Sumi Asaka, he too comes into this with sparkling form from the GSL. And batting has been, I suppose, their area of concern. They won the toss, and quite positively they decided to bat first. International cricket returns here to Warner Park for the first time in 2.5 years. The last series, international series, that is a T20 series against India. But ODIs, some 6.5 years. The last ODI played here was between these two teams. Atta Ali Khan is alongside me. Good morning, Atta. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, all. I'm fine, thanks. And yourself?
Yeah, not bad.
Bangladesh winning the toss and deciding to bat first. It'll be important to see how this pitch behaves early on, because there's a bit of a rain earlier on. The covers were taken off, took a little bit of time to mopping it up. So there might be just a little bit of moisture underneath early on. Well, this is a very good batting surface, average score of 300 plus. The 2 left-handers right at the top of the order, Tanzid Hassan, Tamim. That's what he has done so far. He has got so much promise, so much talent, but hasn't capitalized on the starts that he has had in the short career. And what about Shumo Sharkar? You mentioned about him, Sam. To be able to do what he did, ended up winning the GSL, the inaugural tournament, team from Bangladesh, Rangpur Riders, and he was the one right at the top. That's what he's done. 169 is that innings that he made against New Zealand in New Zealand. That is the highest ever score by an Asia batter in New Zealand versus New Zealand.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph will pick up the attack for the West Indies from the pavilion end. Want to see how the batters react to his pace. 2 slips in weight. He starts from around the wicket to the left-hander. Right, first ball. First ODI. Bounce straight away. And that is something you get here at this venue. It's really hard, the surface, and despite the sprinklings overnight, when we had a look, Circuitly Ambrose and myself at the pitch, it was very firm, very compact. And some grass along the surface as well, so you'd expect quite a lot of bounce, but true bounce, and batters can trust the surface. And so generally, it is a high-scoring venue. The average winning first inning score here, 310. Yeah, outside edge, Bangladesh off and running. And I just mentioned a little bit earlier about the travails with the bat from Bangladesh. They haven't gotten to 300 since that ODI World Cup in 2023. But on this surface, given what we've seen, that is sort of a minimum target.
And that's the reason I feel that the openers will have to do a really good job with the bat to lay a good solid foundation. As an opener, you just would like to see them also take a little bit time. Just get used to the pace of the surface. You mentioned about that it's pretty quick. It comes, hits the bat really hard, the ball. I know he's in terrific touch, Shumo Sarkar. Don't mind him taking a bit of a time to get himself in and then go about his job.
A little bit of indetermination there from Sumiyashaka. 86 not out in the final of the GSL just a few days ago, really. And straight into this one. So he has to make the transition from T20s to ODI, Kumar Dharmasena. Look at that experience, 131st for him. ODI, that is. And Leslie Reefer Jr., his 28th. Should be a couple, so off the mark. In addition to that 86, and you mentioned his score against New Zealand, historic score for Sumiyashaka. Against this opposition, too, Arthur, he's quite good. He averages over 41 against the West Indies, and it's his best against any opposition for whom he's played 5 games or more. So when you come into a series on the back of that, there's anticipation that you get your team off to a good start. And he's one of the more experienced batters for Bangladesh. And if he can get them off to a good start, he usually scores quite quickly, doesn't he? But as you said, just needs to understand the conditions firstly and the opposition, and then see how far he can go.
It's a long game, isn't it? 50 overs. You've got ample time. You really don't want to get in any sort of hurry.
Without loss. Yeah, look at the smile. Dressed in their resplendent colors. Creating an atmosphere here on a Sunday morning. The drums, the music, the color, the fashion. They're quite a spectacle here. It's something that we're used to. Jaden Seals picks up the attack from the Luzak road end. Joint player of the series in the test series, 10 scalps there. Looking to get some swing, usually swings it back into the left-handers. He starts off with a nice tight line. Good running. This is really good running. Don't usually get too many twos in the inner circle here, but that was good awareness.
Excellent. Now it was Shumo Sarkar who was really keen. Yes, Tanzir Hassan had to come back to the danger end, but very good running between the wicket. They've got a really good understanding, these two.
Positivity straight over the bowler's head. And it goes all the way for the first 6 of the innings. That is quite belligerent from Tanzid.
Top shot. Really top shot. It just gives you an idea how this pitch is going to behave. It's not in half volley, and he's picked that up on the up and hit down the ground. It's straight like an arrow. What a shot that is to bring up his first 6. Terrific hit from Tanzir Hassan.
Yeah, something for these fans to enjoy. And just a little quick chat between the umpires, perhaps with the ball was deposited over the boundary. They're all good to go. But what a shot that was from Tanzid. He mentions that his idol is Tamim Iqbal, and he's nicknamed Tamim as well. So that is someone to look up to, and that shot would make anyone proud, least of which Tamim, who I'm sure might just be looking on. So a good start, good positive start from Bangladesh. Just cutting the string or the seam, the threading of the ball might have been loose. All right, so changing angle then for Jayden Seales, round the wicket. He goes now. Just wants to make sure that his third is fine enough. Jayden Seales. How does he respond? Nine runs from his first 3 deliveries. Yeah, we mentioned the running between the wickets in the couple balls ago. Just look at the way he touches down. Yeah, quite peculiar. And just lost the grip there a bit, so it was good on him to still make the adjustment. It's not something that he usually does, folks. It goes back over the wicket now to Shumosaka. Wow, what a response from Jayden Seales. The length, the movement, everything. Beaten all ends up.
Yeah, decent pace also. There isn't movement, and I don't know how did that miss the stumps. It went over it. Lovely delivery. There is a bit of a shape. You can get it right, you will trouble the batter.
Yeah, that was unplayable. Some swing back in and then seam away. Exceptional delivery. No reward though. Started perhaps a little bit too straight. A couple deliveries ago in the first 6 of the innings from Tanzin. The apex shot tracker. How far did it go? 80 meters. Something that we expect to see a few of. 6s at this venue. Quite prolific for that. Nine from Seales' first 12 without loss. Couple key players missing for Bangladesh, as we saw in the test series as well. So that middle order would be tested. Mamadullah, with all of his experience, over 100 ODIs, more than anyone else in this series. It's been a couple exciting days for Bangladesh and Bangladesh cricket, hasn't it? After that test win, the first in 15 years here in the West Indies. The under-19 team winning the ACC men's under-19 title. Rangpur Riders, the representative team from Bangladesh, winning the GSL. What's more? What's more for you?
This series, That's what they will be hoping for. What a shot. What a beautiful shot that is. It's just slightly over-pitched, and he didn't hit it too hard. It's just a gentle mere push down the ground, presenting the full face of the bat. Oh, what a shot. Top shot.
Yeah, this pitch is a spectacle. Yeah, the passion of the Bangladesh fans unmatched. Travel here to look at this team in action. And Tanzid 14 from 7. What a start for him. Just trying to find the right length. The West Indian bowlers, the adjustment from test match cricket and red ball length to white ball length. Maybe a touch too full for those deliveries that were driven down the ground for 4 and 6. Though the one that was hit for 6 wasn't full, it was a really top shot. Amir Jangu on the right. Maiden call up for him for the West Indies on the back of a splendid Super 50 Cup 2024. So this would be an education for him, being part of the squad and learning off the field, understanding routines and what players go through and their preparation for international matches. Might get his opportunity in this series, may not, but in any event, just the opportunity to be part of the squad.
Yeah, the kind of start that Tanzid Hasan Tamim has got so far, it's important that it hangs around. Always mattered the pair in the middle. Only the third over. But the way we've seen so far, especially the ball coming nicely onto the bat, really encouraging for any batter. If he gets in, make it count.
Good take by Shehop. Yeah, that's so important. Something that Casey Carty mentioned in a pre-match interview. He was pleased with his maiden ODI 100, but more importantly for him was that he was there to the end of the match to see his team over the line and to win the series. And that's precisely what you're saying. If you get in, stay in, make it count. Getting to a quick 20 or 30 and your team doesn't win isn't really ideal. And on a good pitch, cash in. 17 without loss. The Tigers are here. All of them.
Shoaib Ali in the middle. Yeah, some fans here for Bangladesh. I want to see Shoaib Ali comes on and follows the team. Right.
And this should result in another couple, perhaps starting a little bit too straight. Jaden Seals, we've seen a couple balls now being tucked around in that square leg region for runs.
It's turning out to be a really good surface, Samuel Badri. So anything short of length or it loses the line, runs to be made. And that's why both the batters are not just looking to hit boundaries, but looking to rotate strike. It's a good combination. Youngster Tanzid Hasan Tamim and the experience of Shum Mushoka.
Yeah, this is the venue, Arthur, and viewers, that Herschel Gibbs hit those 6 sixes in the ODI World Cup in 2007. So historically, It has produced lots of runs. So given this start, they know in the back of their minds that they'll have to get close to that 300-run mark, something that they haven't done since the World Cup, 2023 World Cup. So lots of batting by all of their batters to get there. With an offer this time, and goes away for 4. So no second invitation needed for these guys to take on anything that's loose.
Nicely played also from Shummo Sharkar. Yes, it was quite wide. Uppercut, slices it over the top of the infield and picks up a boundary. Turning out to be a good start for Bangladesh. They need to remember that they need to go long.
It has been errant bowling from Jayden Seales. He hasn't been consistent enough in the 10 deliveries that he's bowled, something that we saw from him in the Test series. So he's still trying to make the adjustment. With again, this time he allows it to go by. He's already conceded 15 runs in his 10 deliveries. The music, the dancing, so resplendent in their colors. And then he produces something like that. Another peach of a delivery. Can he do that repeatedly?
Yeah, great delivery. Ooh, very good from Jayden Seales. I think that's the area where they can cramp him up. And also there's some sideways movement after it pitches. Lovely delivery.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. And that's what they're saying to him again. Hit that spot again if you can. Four overs done, 24 without loss. Energize the bunnies. They'll go all day long. Zari Joseph to continue. Good punch. We'll test the speed of the outfield. And he gets a couple.
Yeah, great atmosphere here. Music, dancing. If you're sitting home, come over here to Warner Park. Enjoy this glorious game of cricket also. Come on! Here is he. Shoaib Ali. All the way from Bangladesh. Right, it is a good start. 26 in the fifth over now.
Yeah, that was fortuitous, not where he intended it, but still gets a 4. So everything going the way of Bangladesh at the moment.
Keep an eye on that fielder at short, fine leg. He's inside the circle, so anything down the leg side is easy pickings. Yes, a bit of an inside edge, but luckily it's gone fine and away from that fielder. They have one at that deep square leg. It's pretty square. because Shumo at times likes to pick up the deliveries off his pads. So that's the fielder, there he is, right to the left of the screen. But you got to get it right. If you don't, you're asking for trouble.
And it's been a nice mix between the boundaries and the running between the wickets. And it's something that we'll keep a close eye on throughout the course of this contest, that running between the wickets and the dot ball percentage. Player of the match in the final, player of the series in the GSL, Shumo. So lots of confidence and some form. Can he make the transition now to the ODIs? Look at that. That was drilled powerfully. That was really a gift. Christmas is around the corner. Too easy for Shumo.
And they're not missing out on deliveries that needs to be treated in that fashion. That is a top shot. A scorching drive. Yes, it was in the air. And went like a rocket to the boundary.
It's such an important point you make. They are not missing out. When they get opportunities to score and to score boundaries, they are punishing the West Indian bowlers. And that is a good sign for this team. Edged. Taken, that's it. Good response, good retort from Alzarri Joseph. And this is something we have seen from Shumo in his career. Gets off to a start and then a soft dismissal. Early strike for Alzarri.
Great comeback. You got to give it to Alzarri Joseph, knowing that he was smacked through to a boundary through the covers and then fishing into the hands. He has to go. Breaks the opening partnership, which was looking good. He cannot believe it. But he has to go. Shumo gone for 19. Bangladesh 34 for 1.
New batter for Bangladesh, Liton Das. Best of 176. This is such a pivotal position, and he has so much work to do. Only the 5th over. Good response from Alzarri in terms of the length of the delivery. Good line as well. Playing away from the body. Nice edge through to the wicketkeeper. So another start for Shumo, but not really carrying on.
Even if you look at his feet, the feet not going close to the delivery, the pitch of the ball.
Successful over for Alzarri Joseph. The West Indies needed that. 34 for 1.
No. After the over, the Sardos.
Afif back into the team after some time. Mamadullah, who has a good record against the West Indies. This is the dismissal. Prior to that, the delivery before it was smashed through the offside for 4. And that's what Shea Hope is saying. That's the length. More like it from you, Alzarri. All right, Seals continues. single.
Yeah, important for someone like Lichun Kumar Das to go and do something special here. It's such a good surface to bat on. We've already seen what Sumoshaka in short while that he spent, played some glorious shots. Tanzir already picking up a 6 and a 4. So if he gets in, then surely Bangladesh will be hoping to post a substantial total. The running has been good. That's certainly caught my eye. Some lovely shots from the batters, but they've kept the fielders busy. Again, a good run taken just to the left of that fielder. And he gets off the mark, Lichun Kumar Das. Yeah, when he comes to bat, watch out. Watch out. Because if he gets set, oh, he can go all guns blazing. That's the kind of a surface.
They're conscious of not giving too much width is Jaden Seals, and so he's trying to give no room to the batter, but in doing so, just starting too straight and going further down the leg side from the angle around the wicket. And the additional challenge would be the right-left combination now.
Yeah, better line and better length, especially the line, because if he's going middle and leg, then he might find himself in a bit of a bother, because the fielder, there is deep square leg, but there's also a fielder inside the circle at short fine. So really cannot afford to bowl middle leg to the left-hander.
Advances, takes him on, gets a boundary. So this is some good calculated batting from Tanzid. Nice smile for Jaden Seals.
Yeah, it gets the bottom part of the bat and also it twists, the bat twists, so it goes on the onside. But luckily, enough on the bat to take it over the top of that fielder at mid-on. Yeah, he's an aggressive batter. He's got a very aggressive mindset. Doesn't go down the wicket even if there's a seam on. But he needs to cash in. He needs to cash in now. 19 of 14. Strike it out 135 for Tanzid Hasan.
Yeah, just the two fielders outside of the inner circle in power play 1. So we want to maximize on the field restrictions. Deep third and deep square leg. And those are the two being employed by Jaden Seals. Better length, 41 for 1. Now, West Indies, we home for Christmas. These 3 CG United ODIs, 8th, 10th, and 12th here at St. Kitts. And then the 3 CG United T20s. So if you're in St. Vincent or if you plan to go to those games, get your tickets at tickets.windiescricket.com. Lots of entertainment. Yeah, we home for Christmas. That's the tagline. West Indies versus Bangladesh. 3 CG United ODIs here in St. Kitts, and then 3 CG United T20s in St. Vincent. Get your tickets at tickets.windiescricket.com.
Joseph over the wicket. Thought his adjustment of length from the boundary ball to Sumosaka into a good length was very good, and coming round the wicket, Sumosaka would have felt he needed to try to defend something coming in because of the angle, but it just held its line and brushed the edge. They need more of that 6 to 8 meter bowling. Little waft from Lytton. Morning, Sir Kirtley.
Good morning, Bish. Hello, everyone. David Joseph.
10 seconds. 5, 0. Time's up.
There was a little discussion between Captain Shea Hope and David Joseph, his bowler, wondering if there was a little tickle. Seemed to have been a little noise, but they weren't sure, so they didn't refer.
Just one, yes, there was a little noise in my weather. That was a possible edge, potential edge, or just the feet scratching around. Our ball tracking misses nothing.
Shea Hope, the skipper, went up straight away. But the most important man wasn't impressed. That's the umpire. Look at the reaction from Shea Hope, the skipper. Oh yes, certainly was an edge. They contemplated for a few seconds, should we go upstairs, but they didn't. It would have been wicket number 2.
No bringing that back. And Lytton Das is an excellent player. He's only played a couple of ODIs this year, but past couple of years have been really good run scoring for him. Authoritative pull shot. You pull your length back, and Tanzit deals with it nicely. 46 for 1.
Last delivery from the previous over was slightly short from David Joseph.
Yes, Lewis just left.
And was pulled away with some authority for 4. He's been a little bit indifferent this morning, as Harry Joseph. Already conceded 23 runs from his 4 overs.
Romario Shepherd replacing Jaden Seals, Lozak Road end. A little bit of shape for him.
And that's what he does. Romario Shepherd takes the ball away from the right-handers. That one seemed quite a bit. That's a good start from him. That should be encouraging. Playing a long way from his body though, Litton does.
Nicked it this time. So the life that was given to Litton in the last over pays no dividends, and Shea Hope will be a relieved man as Shepherd strikes in his first over.
What a start for Romario Shepherd. First one went past the outside edge, but this time took the edge. And that was beautifully bowled. Easy catch for Shea Hope, the skipper and wicket keeper. Jubilation for Shepherd. Despair for Litton Das. He's gone for 2. Bangladesh, 46 for 2.
Long time, you know. This is very soft, though. Yeah, I can look at them, make a hole there. And now you go through it.
Mehedi Hassan Miraz, whose ODI batting has excelled in the last couple of years. Second 50 matches, certainly better with the bat. 2 good deliveries ending with Litton's wicket.
Very, very good delivery from Shepherd. Good shape and good length as well. There was no mistake there, and he enjoyed it. So did the skipper Shea Hope.
Two slips in waiting, a deep fine leg and a deep third. Yeah, he went for that same area again. The improvement of Mehedi Hassan has been quite good. Shouldered the responsibility very well on this tour, almost doubling, more than doubling that average in the last 50 ODIs compared to the first 50. Strike rate still needs some work, but he's getting volume. Finger goes up. He's thinking about reviewing it. He does review it.
Stevie umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. No on-field decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can I have the front on, please? Yeah, appears to be no bat involved. Can I confirm with ultra edge, please? Yes, keep rolling, flat line. Roll it up to the pad, please. Yes, satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking and ready. Waiting for the ball tracking, Leslie. Yeah, original decision out. Pitching in line, impact umpire's call. Wickets missing. Leslie, you need to reverse your decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Missing, according to Hawkeye. umpire Leslie will have to change his decision. Shepherd thought he had his second, but it was not to be this time.
Slight change in the field with a couple of slips and a gully now. Because of that slightly low slingy arm and the wind coming across the screen or across Shepherd as he runs in from his right to his left and the away movement. This is very good. This is a type of length bowling that the West Indies have talked about being consistent while the ball is doing something.
I reckon both Alzheimer Joseph and Jaden Seals probably bowled a touch too full in their first spell. A lot of batters to drive down the ground. One was even struck for 6 as well. Shepherd keep going. End of over number 8, 46 for 2.
Nice upright seam. And so many of the bowlers in this series, in this match, will then bowl the three-quarter seam, wobble seam, scramble seam as we go deeper into the innings. Justin Graves into the attack, back in the West Indies ODI squad after his maiden test match 100 in the first test in Antigua. An excellent Super 50 tournament. 300s in that domestic 50-over tournament. Sir Kirtley, who was there, says in succession, not just 3, but in succession.
I was there doing commentary, Bish, for the Super 50, and I can tell you, he played brilliantly. He looked to be in the form of his life. And then I was quite happy to see that he got his first and his maiden Test 100 as well. And he's now operating from the pavilion end. Decent cricketer, Justin Graves. Sometimes they tend to underestimate his bowling. But I think he's a good enough bowler that can take wickets in all formats. Seam the ball about a bit as well.
A little bit of swing for him and against the wind. Just a little bit more than a handful of overs in that Super 50 tournament. 7 in total. For Justin Graves, the island of Nevis. It's a ferry ride away, and the young ones observing. It is his first time bowling in ODIs. First made his appearance in ODI cricket. I think it was against Ireland at Sabina Park in Jamaica back in 2021 when Phil Simmons was the coach at that time. 2022, January. Keeping my eye on Tanzit Hassan Tamim as well. Of 17 dismissals in his 50-over career, he's been dismissed in the first power play, within the first power play overs 1 to 10 on 13 occasions out of 17 innings prior to this. He's very talented. First saw him in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2020 when Bangladesh won, and has an array of shots, but is prone to being dismissed too early, too consistently, and has promised on this tour to make better use of his starts. Goes for 4, it went down, and Shehu couldn't get across to it. 52 for 250 up.
Last ball of the previous delivery, just eluding Brandon King at first slip. It was an awkward bounce, so it wasn't the easiest ball to take.
Catch dropped. And he slid into the boundary marker as well, so they might have a boundary check. Missed opportunity of the bowling of Shepherd.
In and out. Casey Carty, the culprit. That looks like 4. And that's confirmation. Leslie Rutherford Jr. just signaling 4. Foot was on the boundary ropes while the ball was in his hand. And that's the correct call.
Very similar delivery that got rid of Litton Das, probably a little closer to the off stump. That's where Shepherd is aiming for.
Look at the movement. That pitched on middle and went past the outside edge. Beautifully bowled again by Omar Shepherd.
West Indies desperately need wickets in the power play 1. And they got a couple, could have had more. Dismissal of Litton, standing on leg stump and sparring. Consecutive deliveries from Shepherd. The second one a little bit closer, nicked off. Curtly, for those who don't know Warner Park, it's perhaps got the shortest straight boundaries of the international grounds in the Caribbean. And so fielding a deep third is a catching opportunity as much as it is a run-saving opportunity. And Casey Carty will be disappointed to have put that down given the travails of catching in the Test series. I think that's come back. A little bit of moisture from the rain we had early this morning, the ball nipping about.
Just missing the inside edge that time. Another very good delivery from Shepherd. He is causing a lot of problems. Could have had a wicket a few deliveries ago.
Aquino Mindley on the field. One delivery left to go in the power play, and those numbers we showed you about Tanzid Hassan Tamim. Balls per dismissal 20 in overs 1 to 10 in the last 2 years. Phil Salt is the only one who's been dismissed more as a percentage. Sharon Johnson of Canada, Finn Allen of New Zealand, Avishka Fernando, who's another talented young player. And he's made it out of the first power play. Tanzid needs to kick on. 10 overs gone, 58 for 2.
As soon as they know the ball's gone.
Spectators are in. Very, very good start from Bangladesh. They've raced to 58. They've lost 2 wickets, but it's a good start. Justin Graves to continue. Off target. And rightly called wide. Umpire Damasina. Casey Carty made a meal of this drop catch. Previous over. Pretty straightforward. Just couldn't hold on. And to rub salt into the wound. Touched the ball on the ropes as well. With the ball in his hands, so that's 4.
Deep fine leg, deep backward square, and a deep third. Very good from Graves. That's the length combined with line, the simplicity of the method you're looking to apply as a seam bowler in these conditions.
Much better length. As bowlers at Warner Park, because the straight boundaries are so short, you don't want to over pitch because it's easy to go down the ground and hit it for 6. So you got to pull the length back. Still a bit too full there, got away with it. But it's better suited to bowl a little bit shorter, force the batters to play square of the wicket on both sides. It's too easy to go down the ground because of the shortness of the boundary.
Just got away from him a couple of times in this spell. The power play has produced 8 4s and 1 6. Tanzid hitting 4 of those boundaries. There are a couple of wickets, one from Alzari, one wasn't reviewed, one from Shepherd. There's also a review for an LBW which was given, overturned on review. got so many wonderful stories. Bangladeshi batters and Asian players. Tanzid's father worked in the public sector and brought him and his sister to Bognor for a better education, which is uppermost in the minds of so many parents. But he was more into cricket, and one day after returning home from cricket, his father got into an argument with him and said, "Hello, young man, your cricket will spoil your education." And he said he kicked him out of the house for a little while. But it's only after Dad started seeing the returns of cricket, and his mom helped to convince his dad that cricket had benefits in it for Tanzid, that he got that consistent permission to continue playing, went to that Under-19 World Cup in 2020 and watched Bangladesh win it. And I was watching their Asia Cup final this morning against India. They've got a good leg spinner in Debashish, a couple of good seamers in Rahad. So I think their future has so much brightness about it, Bangladesh, if they can structure these young players. 61 for 2.
Zari Joseph for Mario Shepherd, the 2 wicket takers for the West Indies here. It's going to be Shepherd to continue. Through the gaps again. It's been a high traffic area so far this morning. Another boundary to the Bangladesh total.
Shea Hope on the attack, along with Shepherd, who's still getting that lateral movement. And 3 slips in place, a deep third and deep fine leg. He's allowed to have 4 fielders now outside the circle, only has 2.
The margin for error on this Warner Park pitch is so small for these fast bowlers. Romario Shepherd, I think he's been fantastic so far in his 2.2 overs. That length in which he's bowled has been immaculate. Hasn't allowed these Bangladeshi batters to just play through the line on what is a very good batting pitch here.
His control of length, Shepherd, outside the power play, will be his point of focus going forward in this series and beyond, because he's been good with the new ball. Now 3 power play wickets this year in 7 overs bowled, and is at good economy. The issues come in the middle overs, where he's gone wicketless in 2024, and the back end, where he's gone at 14 runs and over. Without Matthew Ford's execution, his pace off and wide Yorkers, this man, Shepherd, will have a bigger responsibility, especially in that last 10.
Yeah, it's been an area in which he's just struggled, Romario Shepherd. Big, strong, strapping lad. Does get good bounce as well. Doesn't deliver from quite as high as you'd expect. More sidearm, slingy type action here. But he's kept his wrist upright and he's gotten movement. Just like that. Seam up there, perfect seam position from Romario Shepherd. Looks in good rhythm as well. Miraz looking to get onto that front foot. Not quite there, the extra bounce as well. Anguish on the face. The Guyanese fast bowler. Just 4 out of this over so far. 1 ball remaining. Can he escape?
Yeah, and Shea Hope has got no real mid-on fielder. He's got a straight mid-wicket in where Seals is standing, on the right of your screen, and also has Joseph at an extra cover or a very wide mid-off, and that's because you look at Mahedi and reflect on his career, only 11% of his runs have come down the ground. Very strong square and behind square. So you want to err on the fuller side like Shepherd has done, and force him to try and hit the ball in the V. 66 for 2. Justin Graves into his 3rd over. Great use of the feet. It's been a commonality of Tanzid's innings today.
Yeah, got width as well outside the off stump. Tanzid, another boundary to the young left-hander. Just a bit too wide from Graves. Used his feet, did Tanzid, showing good enterprising batting here. And he's timed the ball sweetly. Gudikesh Moti could do nothing about it. That extra cover boundary. Actually, he's at point on the fence.
Minley, as we heard earlier, on the field, on for Evan Lewis. Has had his challenges with injury. Spent some time off the field in the England series. Hope he's okay. Didn't look too good.
There was a bit of an awkward slide that from Evan Lewis. Let's hope he's not too badly injured though. But Marquino Minley, he must be quite happy to be out there for his team.
Glorious. Really impactful from Tanzid.
Once again, just using the feet was Tanzid. Easy pace delivery from Graves. Just small advancements here from Tanzid through the line. Once again, highlighting the nature of this pitch. The margin for error so tiny. Especially for Justin Greaves. I think pace off in these conditions will be key.
Amazing how much of a contrast there is between these two batters. Just mentioned in the previous over, Mahedi, only 11% of his runs in the V. Well, for Tanzid, half his runs in his one-day international career coming down the ground. That use of the feet just continues to knock bowlers off their length and that good length area. Graves changed the angle to come around the wicket after the initial boundary.
Here comes the apex shot tracker from Tanzid. 90 meters on that one. Allowed to free the hands. And just plonked it down the ground. pace off on that one. Just a little cut up from Graves, 112 Ks on that one. So that's going to be important for Justin Graves, how he mixes up his pace here. Looking to keep these Bangladesh batters off balance as much as possible. As we said, these small boundaries, especially straight at the Warner Park. A strong area for Tanzid in particular. It's raced to 38.
$77 for 2. Bangladesh will be very happy after winning the toss with the position they are in. Tanzid well set. He's been quite attacking. The West Indies, they'll welcome the Blue Waters drink spray. Bangladesh made a progressive start to the innings with Tanzid and Shomya Sharkar putting on 34. Then the West Indies fought back, getting the wickets of Shomya and Litton in quick succession, but since then a partnership, 31 between Tanzid and Mehedi. Shepherd continues his good power play bowling, but Joseph led the way, getting the outside edge of Sharkar. A couple of times had flirted with danger outside that off stump. And then Shepherd has been good in the power play this year. He continues right where he's left off from the England series. Moving away from Litton, causing him challenge throughout those 7 deliveries. One wicket for Joseph. He will be very important in how they use his 6 overs for the duration of the innings. From Irish Shepherd, 3 overs, 1 for 11. And one of the key events to the St. Kitts and Nevis summer is the music festival, originally held in 1996, usually spans over 6 days. Likes of John Legend, Machel Montano, Crossfire, they've all been to the festival. Next year, June, make sure you are here. 26th to the 28th of June. Visit stkitsmusicfestival.com for more. Yeah, and one thing with Tanzid Mali, because he's using his feet so much, a lot of those boundaries, 4 of them in that good length area, 6 to 8 meter length, but because he's using his feet, he's knocking the likes of Seals and Justin Graves off their length. Seen during the World Cup, a few teams tried to go short at him and err on the shorter side of that good length area, but he really does make it difficult for a bowling team to plan to him because of the use of his feet and also the strength as we've seen down the ground.
Yeah, with the use of that of his feet here, Tanzid really knocks, or looks to knock these West Indian bowlers off their length. But where I think the West Indies just erred a little slightly, they just bowled a few too many in the slot, especially in that first power play. Just allowed him to get off to a bit of a start. It's been a struggle to try and rein him in since. Just something for the West Indies to think about going forward in this series. Maybe just look to pull that length back even shorter. Still a bit of swing here for Shepherd. How long will this ball continue swinging for? Good delivery, just touching down on about middle there, honing in on the stumps. One thing these Asian batters do very well is maneuver the ball into the gaps, use their supple wrists, quite wristy type players. It's been a struggle for Mahedi so far. Shepherd in particular has been very good to him.
With Tanzid going well, Mali, Shea Hope will start to think about when he can get the likes of a Roston Chase into the attack. The West Indies will know that Tanzid has had his difficulties against off spin, average 11.5. Mohamed Nabi and Ghazanfar gave him difficulties in that last series. But see Nabi bowling the new ball a lot because he was there and at the crease. 4 times he's been dismissed. Tanzid to the left, the off spinner. Of course, they want to make use of lateral movement they get up front.
At least they'll be happy with the matchup of a Roston Chase versus a Tanzid. We know how successful Roston has been against left-handed batters as well, especially this year in ODI cricket. It's just that constant threat of taking the ball away from the left-hander has proven to be a bit of a struggle for Tanzid. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be another stage of his development. He's out of power play 1 now on 39 of 33. Kudos to him, but more batting needed. It's going to be interesting to see how they bat around this young left-hander as well. Mahedi 12 of 24. Seems to be just happy to soak up strike and analyze the conditions, assess conditions.
$80 for 2. For 2. Bangladesh have won the last 4 series, won the international series against the West Indies. Jaden Seals, who began from the Lozat Road end, will now come into the attack from the Pavilion end.
Yeah, struggled in that first spell. The 3 overs was a bit expensive As I said, just a few too many deliveries in the slot. Let's see how he starts here in this second spell.
And Mali, I think as the West Indies and the seamers especially continue to bowl to Tanzid, this is the length they want to find, because even if he comes down the track, still won't be full enough for him to hit in the V. So can they frustrate him and force him to score square where they have the field set? And for Mahedi, then the opposite, try to go a bit fuller and make him hit down the ground.
Well, you're trying to stay away from the middle of the bat, and as we saw on that last delivery, that ball hit up by the sticker, almost. Up on the splice, up high on that bat of Tanzid. And that's the area in which you want him to play, especially in these conditions. Using as much of his height as possible, looking to get on top of the bounce. And if you stay in that area, you're staying away from the middle of the bat. Good batting that from the Bangladesh captain. Just knocking the ball and getting down the other end.
Nice length from Seals in this over to Tanzid. Still trying to find his feet in the format, Jaden Seals. 16th one-day international. Just the 8 wickets at 79 and 6 runs and over, but there are a few moments he'll reflect on in his career. The 2 for 22 in 8 overs recently against England. His best bowling figures. That was a highlight package of what West Indian fans can potentially expect from him and his ceiling in this format. And Darren Sammy and James Franklin have made it very clear that they place a high value on bowlers in this format who can hit a good length, which we've seen Seals do to a great deal. So it's why they've invested in him, even though his one-day international bowling hasn't found the same success as his red ball bowling. But with the World Cup in a couple of years' time, they believe there's enough time for him to develop into that role. Four runs from Seals' first over of this spell, 84 for 2. For 2, Roston Chase into the attack from the lows at road end. For Mahedi, the right-hander, he'll be hitting into the wind with the spin. Great control in the shot from Mahedi.
Poor delivery, that one from Ruston Chase. A nothing delivery, was just asking to be hit. Short, wide, Mahedi had all the time in the world, just needed to pick the gap. And boy, did he find the gap with sweet timing. So another boundary here. This partnership, 42 or 51 deliveries now.
That long on field is extremely wide. Romario Shepherd down at long on. Justin Graves also at straight mid wicket. 3 deep on the leg side with just the deep cover. Deep point, correction. So delicate. A lot of his runs against the spin will come behind square. You'll see him playing the sweeps, the dinks. Really is a determined batter, and interested to see it. He batted at 4 in the Afghanistan series. His 6th time in his career, batting at 4. That was Phil Simmons' first series in charge. And we've always spoken about him taking more responsibility, and with guys like Mushfiqur and Shakib coming to the end of their careers, really curious to see if this is a role he takes up, even when the likes of Shanto come back into the team. There's Tawid Ridoy as well, missing. There's a grinder and a grafter. 90 for 2.
Jaden Seals still trying to find his best mode of operation actually in the ODI game, in the limited overs format. As he said, Nikhil, he's had great success in the red ball game. Just looking to translate that here. What's been evident though in this second spell is the length is so much shorter here to Tanzid, not allowing him to come onto that front foot whatsoever. Good to see Evan Lewis back on the field, a man who knows this venue all too well. Playing in the CPL for the Patriots for a number of seasons, 9 seasons. Nice pace in this second spell from Seals as well. First delivery of the over was 136.1 kilometers. We've seen him add the short ball to his repertoire. We saw it in the Test series quite often. Has the ability to go cross-seamed as well at times. And that's something I thought I would have seen more of in that first spell, not only from Jaden Seals, but also in Alzari Joseph. Just a few too many drivable deliveries for me, especially when the ball's as hard and new as it was then. I was expecting a little more aggression. Just force these Bangladeshi batters. A few of them are quite diminutive in stature as well. Just force them to get up on those toes and ride the bounce. Hopefully a few will get a bit big for them and they'll struggle to keep them down. Had catchers in as well. It was just a little too easy for me to start with, but that's something the West Indies will definitely look at going forward.
A release of pressure. They have done so well to control the scoring of Tanzid and keep him away from that fuller length. He's missed seals and Tanzid has put him away.
His margin for error, as we've harped on about, so tiny once again. Seems like he went for a little cutter there, Jaden Seals. Length was a bit too full, allowed Tanzid to free the hands once again. And he hasn't missed out on any of those opportunities here today.
Mid-off is up, so he has license when it's in his area. 6 from the over, 96 for 2.
Boston Chase. .48 to Tanzid. Couple of half centuries before in one-day internationals, a half century earlier this year against Sri Lanka, 68, but very strong down the ground, 81-meter hit. And the short straight boundaries at this venue, quite appealing and seductive to him. Hello, Atta.
Hello, Visha. Hello, everybody. And watch out for him. Tanzid Hasan Tamim. He's an attractive player. Very attractive player. A partnership now 51.
And they've got lovely depth of batting to come with this half-century partnership. Are people saying is a player that I like, opened the batting really at age group level into under-19 World Cups, has dropped down the order a lot. Mamadullah is the veteran, averages 145 at this ground, 63 against the West Indies. Then Zakir Ali flexed his muscle and showed us his skills in the test matches. That's a half century, a third in one-day internationals for Tanzid. A wonderful talent, hoping to find more consistency in his batting game, but has all the shots and will be hoping to convert this half century into something much bigger.
Straight away, the skipper going and have a few words with Tanzid Hasan, who's picked up his third one-day international 50. Also 100 on the board, so 100 for 2.
These can't be too far away from Budakish. Motivir, master of the middle overs, 101 for 2. Jaden Seals. And what's quite obvious about Tanzid Hassan for me, as the previous commentators talked about, a strength down the ground over his international career. He probably scores down the ground more than any other Bangladeshi top-order batter in this lineup, top-order batting. It's something that Bangladesh, because of maybe some of the shorter statured players, a stronger square of the wicket, using the pace of bowlers and deflecting, but his obvious strength is down the ground. So you've got to pull the length back at him, but he also plays a little pull shot at times.
I think once the surface is this good for batting, he'll back himself up to play down the ground, even on the up. He's not afraid to hit over the top of the infield because he goes on to open the innings for Bangladesh, Tanzir Hassan Tamim. And they are fielding restriction, the power play, the first 10 overs, so very crucial. Now he's got a 50, but he must remember that he still needs to be hunger for runs. To be able to get into this position, you've got to look to score a really big one here. Because I believe that this pitch, as we've seen, the average score has been 310. So you got to think in that direction now. 300 plus, you've got to go and get it from here on. And it will be possible for Bangladesh to put that total if someone like Tanzid Hassan Tamim goes on to pick up a really good 100 here.
That's too easy. It's smartly played, though, by Meherdi to swivel inside the line and capitalize on these short boundaries.
He's promoted himself to number 4. This is the 5th time that he's batted at this position in a one-day international. He gets inside the line of the ball and nicely picked up and it's gone all the way. He's also playing a crucial role for his team, because he struggled. Initially when he came on to bat, he was struggling. The ball was seaming, swinging, but he didn't give it up. Feisty character. Mehdi and Miraj.
I think the line would be top of off for Meherdi. That's exactly there, right there. Don't give him room, don't give him length. But an impressive half century from Tanzid Hassan Tamim.
He started well, then he hit that down the ground. That was a gorgeous looking shot. Yes, he's got so much time, and the wicket is good, then he will back himself to play even, going down the wicket to the seamers. Oh, that was a big one. You know, whenever you see a batter playing down the ground, it just shows that he's presenting the full face of the bat while being aggressive.
Better again with that length. That's where he needs to live, Seals. I wonder when we see Moti 109 for 2.
Have a look at that wagon wheel. The number of runs that he scores down the ground has been a key feature of his batting. And if he can stick to it, he can have been successful not only in this format. I also believe that since Bangladesh struggling to find the right combination at top of the order in Test cricket, he can be a really good option. Excellent work so far.
Marquino Minleon for Jaden Seals. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, actually. If you identify, and I think that's where Bangladesh cricket needs to go, West Indies cricket as well. Identify some young guys who you feel can play the brand of cricket that you want in red ball cricket, which seems to be a more aggressive, impactful sort of brand of batting, and give them a couple of years. Bill Simmons talked about, and everyone was so pleased with the way Bangladesh played with a little bit more intent in the second innings at Sabina Park. So if that's what you want, Tanzid is as good an option as any. Not going just by numbers. His numbers may not be spectacular in first-class cricket, but the eye test. Yeah, he still has a lot of work to do in white ball cricket as well. A lot of work to find consistency. Big innings this.
This could be a game-changing moment for him if he can convert this start to a big one, big innings. In the end, get a big 100. To be able to find yourself in a position where you start well and then at the end you also finish well. And he'll do so much for his team and himself. It's only the 20th over. His running between the wickets is very impressive also. Not just talking about the boundaries that he have hit. 5 4s and 3 6s. He's been very keen to rotate the strike. Very impressive.
Is the one who needs a better series than he had last one against England, 4 wickets at 40. Wonder which end he will bowl from. Master of the middle overs, 83% of his wickets in the middle overs. Dropped it again, Casey Carty, for the second time today. That should have been held as well. He's got a lot of work to do on his fielding. 1-1, 4 for 2.
Could turn out to be a very big miss. This partnership looking dangerous, never in a position, low to react. Very slow to react. It looked like a relatively easy chance. Very slow to react. There you go. Could have taken a step right to his right and could have grabbed it easily. He cannot believe it. That's the second time he's dropped Matheson Mirage.
Gulakesh Moti missed the test series. Intrigued to see how he battles against this right-left combination of Mehedi and Tanzid. At his best, bowls well against both types of batters. Is he at his best? They need more from him than he gave against England. Got one warning already for not starting the next over, so to speak, in less than 60 seconds, the West Indies. A couple more and they can be penalized with a 5-run penalty. Short of Carty.
It's going to him every time. He's trying to play it on the onside, so trying to play against the spin. Falls very short.
Ball boy, ball boy.
So it's gripping a little bit off the surface.
Yes. There you go. Bit of 10 also. Turning out to be good over. Just a single.
Can he find a way to finish the over strong, Gudakesh Moti? Very good, just a solitary run off it. 1-1-5 for 2. Counting down to when, sorry, counting up to 60 seconds when they need to start the over. It's a good innovation actually, that clock which gives 60 seconds between the end of one over, the conclusion of one to the start of the next. Keep the game flowing. Well on time, Alzari Joseph is back. Switch ends from the media center end to the Lozak Road end. I was watching him at practice yesterday. It wasn't surprising to see himself and Jaden Seals swinging the new ball. Found a little bit of movement with Shepherd today. And left arm seamer added to the squad. Jediah Blades out of Barbados worked hard at practice yesterday. West Indies are going to need to build their depth of fast bowling. That looks like a little three-quarter seam there.
Or rather 16 deliveries since the last boundary. It's been going good for West Indies. Those little periods where you do not concede the boundary builds up the pressure, no matter what position you are in. Bangladesh well placed at 116 for 2. But there's been a couple of good overs from West Indies.
Yeah, what we saw there from Alzari Joseph. Is that three-quarter seam grip. Alzari will swing the new ball away just there and then goes the other way, just slightly angles the crease the other way for his three-quarter seam where it wobbles or scrambles as it goes down, meaning he wants to bowl a tight line, nipping back into the right-handed batter. There he goes again. Or maybe a cross or in and then away from the left-hander. That's that pull shot that Tanzit can play. It wasn't that short. So there's your boundary that Bangladesh were hoping to get.
It was not that short. That's why this shot from Tanzit Hasan Tamim is an impressive one. This shows the confidence that he's built in this innings. A stand and deliver. Pulls it away. Enough on the bat and 4 to Tanzit Hasan Tamim. It's turning out to be a wonderful, wonderful innings from Tanzit Hasan Tamim.
Good delivery, good fielding from Chase, who got a missed opportunity at the end of his last over, taken out of the attack.
He's done that couple of times, Tanzit Hasan Tamim, when you saw the seam bowlers coming and he was going down the wicket.
1-2-1 for 2. Mehdi Hassan was dropped twice by Casey Carty on 2 and then on 31. This is the first, a deep third should have been gobbled. And then at the end of Chase's last over, should have been gobbled as well. Moti with a slip in place. The other challenge for Tanzid Hassan Tamim. We talked about him very rarely batting past the first power play of 1 to 10 overs. He's never in his young career so far in ODIs batted past over number 30. Highest score of 84. That was against Sri Lanka in Chattogram in March of this year.
I think it's important for youngsters representing their teams to be able to look at what the Bangladesh team has done, because before this, Bangladesh played 2 test matches. Yes, they lost the first one, but they came back strongly. So the confidence in the camp will be high. And they would have noticed the one who've come for the one-day internationals. Really good positive result in the bag to square the series. And even looking back, what Bangladesh have done, especially against the same opposition, the results have been fantastic for Bangladesh. Again, nicely played, just a touch short. So they've got 11 wins on the trot against West Indies in one-day international. So that all adds up to be able to be confident and go and do something special. There you go. Last 11 ODIs, they've won every one of them. And I like what Madison Marsh does, to be able to control the team as a skipper and also coming up the order. So he wants to put up a fight. 125 for 2.
Great to be back here in the Twin Island Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Very pleasurable. Very relaxing. I was just interested in his comment, actually. Tanzid's comments coming to the Caribbean. He said to press he took responsibility and he owned up and he said, I need to take more responsibility for my own game. When I get starts, I need to kick on. Nobody needs to tell me that.
Straight away after playing that shot, Madison Miraj said, no, Tamim, no, that's not the right shot to play. You can be aggressive, but you got to pick the right ball. I think he's handled himself quite nicely, because we've seen a number of times he's in an attacking mood all the time. So you got to balance it out. There will be good deliveries. There will be a period where there will be a bit of a pressure. Absorb that pressure and continue.
Straight to him. The loose shot, the ball before is followed by one that he could not get to the left or right of chase. Important wicket for Alzari and the West Indies.
Yeah, big wicket. He was well set. Again, trying to be a little bit more aggressive here. Straight into the hands. A little bit too close for him to cut that. He knows it. But the damage has been done. He has to go. After a well-made 60 and 60 deliveries, it's 1-2-5 for 3.
Year-old Afif Hussain, member of that 2018 Under-19 World Cup, leading scorer for Bangladesh, talented batter, busy player.
He's here because of this. Probably too close to cut that one in the air, and whenever it goes in the air, you're in business. Straight on to him. He'll be hugely disappointed. It should be.
Afif, of course, has a wonderful away record of over 40 and a strike rate close to 100 away from home. At home, averages under 20. And played for Khulna in the Bangladesh Premier League with Evan Lewis, with Shea Hope. Opens the batting and bats at 3 and 4 in franchise cricket at home. Oops.
Derek Hood would have been interesting. Just took that catch and he's done again really good in terms of fielding here. Just a little bit high on the bat. Athletic to his right quickly and then shy at the stumps. Oh, close, close. Shh.
Very tight. Successful over for Alzari Joseph and the West Indies. 1-2-5 for 3.
Brilliant, boy. This is lovely stuff. Lovely stuff, Moti. Keep going, Moti. Catch him.
West Indies getting some timely wickets after good partnerships. Well, a good one, that last one. Really important to get rid of Tanzid, who was looking menacing.
Mid-off up in the circle, so always a risk you take for the spinner. Good awareness from Afif.
Yeah, and some good positivity. We've seen that throughout the innings from Bangladesh. They aren't afraid to take on the bowling and punish those loose deliveries in the slot, and he noticed that the field is in. So calculated risk.
Oh yes, oh yes. See him again, let's see him again. Come on, Emot.
Seven from the over, 1-3, 2 for 3. .25 overs, so halfway stage of the innings. Bangladesh will be aware of batters Heady against the seam.
Yeah, he plays with an open face, open blade. So he just looks to use the pace of the delivery against the seamers. He's very good square of the wicket. We've spoken about that before, but just the way he sets up with an open blade, as you can see there. So his intention is to score backward of point. And he's done that quite well because it's a pacey, bouncy track. It's not a bad option. What we've also seen too, those cut shots, because of the bounce, they go to the air, in the air to the fielders. So what you want to do as a batter, if you're playing those cut shots in particular, is to try to get on top of the bounce a little bit more than you usually would to counter that additional bounce here at Warner Park. We've seen a catch go down, we've seen a catch taken with the cut shot. So it's just a little something to note for the batters.
This is interesting from Shea Hope. Going to Joseph for a 7th over. And it tells you his mindset and the aggression which he's playing with, because not really worrying other teams. Sometimes you see guys trying to set up the last 10, and without Matthew Ford and Jaden Sears, who usually bowls the new ball, we expect Shepherd, who has 6 overs remaining, to play a part. But with Joseph coming back for the second spell, or third spell, getting the wicket of Tanzid, thought maybe he saved a few for the back end, but if you can get them out earlier, why not? Safely in the end.
Yeah, it's a good point you make in terms of thinking about power play 3 and who will bowl those 10 overs. This is something that has been quite noticeable and admirable from Bangladesh. They're running between the wicket. Generally, it has been good. He still has 3 overs remaining after this one, Alzari, so perhaps those 3 will be utilized in that stage of the innings, depending on how things go in the next 8 overs or so. But it's always a consideration for a captain.
I guess Shea Hope will be aware of the inexperience in this batting lineup. There's no Mushfiqur, there's no Shakib, there's no Ridoy. And think, well, if we can get maybe 5 or 6 wickets with our best bowlers, really does make things quite easy when we do come to that power play 3.
Yeah, we've also seen the increase in utilization of the spinners before the West Indies in that phase of the innings. Gulikish Moti, for instance, does a good job. And look at that. Having a grand old Sunday morning.
Really good use of the field from Afif Hussain. 139 for 3.
Yeah, short and wide, and again the intent to score. Relatively new to the crease, only 7 deliveries before that one, but still prepared to go after those loose deliveries. And if you can see, he's not pleased with himself.
No team has lost when they've got 300 plus at Warner Park. Bangladesh with this start, Set Mahedi will be thinking 7 and over from this point gets them to 307. Eight times teams have got 300 plus batting first in 17 first innings. They themselves back in 2018. A game which clinched the series. Tamim Iqbal got 100.
Oh yes, boy.
Ahmadullah got 67. Again, really nice positioning from Mahedi has been a trait of this innings.
It's the calculation that's impressive. He knows that there's a fielder backward of square on the boundary, no one in front, so lots of acreage there. And the sweep in front of square, the line of the delivery outside off stump.
Mid-on is in the circle, so if he does want to have an extra field outside the circle at that deep mid-wicket position, he can, Shea Hope. Just the 3 so far. Sweeps again, but he's looking a bit square.
Yeah, just wonder if this second shot will now bring about a change in field. Alzari Joseph, who was previously backward of square, has come a lot squarer. So he still persists with the same field. He doesn't mind the sweep shot. Potentially brings about a wicket-taking opportunity.
Hey, yes, boy.
And these two, Nikhil, have previously a record partnership, highest partnership for the 7th wicket for Bangladesh, 174 against Afghanistan some time back. So they have a good understanding, a good relationship. A lot of overs remaining in this game, so they'll want to firstly get a rhythm going, which they have started 21 from 20, and then look to take it deep.
See?
Last couple overs have been productive. 146 for 3. West Indian support, local petitions coming out. Romario Shepherd back into the attack from the lows at road end. Just doesn't get there, Shea Hope.
Yeah, Romario Shepherd has been impressive so far in this match. Some swing and seam movement early up in that first spell. His areas generally have been good. Starts off with a good aggressive delivery. Yeah, this was a little bit earlier. And he came on good length firstly, and then that second delivery to take the edge. But generally, he has been able to get some late movement. Opportunity created and grasped by Casey Carty. Good pace, so interesting to see how he goes when he comes back now. And then potentially in power play 3. It's an area that has plagued him in terms of his economy, but he's worked diligently. Strong man, always with a smile on his face. We know of his exploits with the bat. It's the ball, though, that he's continually improving his performances with.
Will be a 5th one-day international half-century for Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Back-to-back 50s, one coming in the Afghanistan series, and now in this series, continues to grow in stature with the bat, the captain.
Yeah, and taking that responsibility up the order. He's proven to be the perfect conduit as Bangladesh transitions from power play 1 to power play 2. Good tempo, he's absorbed the pressure when he needed to.
And he'd be pleased, Mahedi, with being able to convert and get bigger scores. This year he's been in double figures every innings. 12, 25, 28, 22 in the Sri Lanka and Afghanistan series, and then picked up the 66 in the 3rd ODI, and now has gotten another 50. The next step for him will be go on, get a big 100, even bigger score. $150 for 3.
Over.
Seen the versatility of Mahedi. World Cup batted in every position between 3 and 7. He's so flexible in this Bangladesh batting order. Can give you steely resolve. Coming in at 4 when they've lost a couple of wickets. Got to be close. He was also batted at 8, has 100 at 8, and has 100 at the top of the order opening against Afghanistan. So it tells you all about his versatility.
The direct hit would have been close. But they've pinched a few singles in the inner circle and converted what could have been 1 to 2 in addition to their boundaries. They'll know, Nikhil, that this is a boundary hitting venue. We've spoken about those alluring boundary sizes and West Indian batters who are known for hitting sixes and fours. So maybe one of the ways to combat that is trying to score off as many deliveries as they can, rotating the strike, and then when given the opportunities to score those boundaries to get up to that aforementioned 300 plus. Yeah, just to remind all of you of the dimensions here, and that 70 meters is hitting with the wind, which is quite significant here. So anything up in the air in that direction usually sails over straight back to, and is generally targeted.
Good from Morty. 154 for 3. And will be time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Couple of half centuries for Bangladesh. They'll be very pleased given the absences of a few key individuals, and still have Mamadullah and Jakir Ali to come. Rashad Hussain has got power as well. Mahdi Hassan was dropped a couple of times but has made full use of the chances he's been given. His 5th one-day international half century.
Yeah, started off slowly, 14 from his first 28 deliveries, but then he picked up the pace as he got set. Captain of this team, trying to lead by example. He's taken the responsibility on his shoulders, firstly, to come up the order. Usually very good square of the wicket and backward of square, using the pace of the deliveries at Warner Park. Wickets to fall. Today a couple to Alzari Joseph, a tickle through to Shea Hope. And then Romario Shepherd, a good nod to Litton Das. And this young man, well set, finding Ruston Chase with a good grab at backward point. Couple wickets for Alzari in his 7 overs. Shepherd, the other successful bowler. 6 bowlers used so far by the West Indies.
St. Kitts and Nevis is certainly a place that we implore you to visit. It is truly one of the most picturesque destinations, a bit of everything for everyone. can go off-road, do a bit of ATV riding, relax at the beach, crystal clear waters, and then the culture and flavor of the food, music, and dance. Venture deeper. St. Kitts. Sign that we can see Nevis means no rain around. Shepherd continuing. The one thing we've seen today with Justin Graves coming into the 11, Sam, is the West Indies having a genuine 6 bowling option. You think back to the England series, they only played with the 5 and Sherfane Rutherford. So potentially he can come back into the attack. But it does take pressure off of Shea Hope to have to bowl 10 overs of Jaden Seals or Roston Chase. We saw how much it cost the West Indies when Shepherd went down in the 3rd ODI. Rutherford had to come in and bowl 3.5 overs at the back end. Ended up going for 57 runs. They placed Graves at a wide gully with Roston Chase at point after still able to pick the gap.
It's so important to have that balance in your squad because, as you rightly mentioned, you never know when you need an extra option. Particularly in this format, 50 overs, it's quite a lot. The bowler might not be having a particularly good day, or someone might just pick up a niggle. So you need to have that additional bowling option, which they do today.
More runs behind square for Mahedi, another guide.
Maybe not as fine as he wanted. Might be a genuine outside edge. It doesn't matter though. It's another boundary to Mahedi. He's deliberately trying to open the face. And because of the short, straight boundary, it races away despite the deep third being employed. And then follows it up with a drop and run. So smart batting from Mahedi. We're thinking about conversion, thinking about getting up to 200 firstly, taking it in perhaps 25s or 50s, but getting close to, as possible, to 300.
Again, they've got fielders all around the bat on the offside for Afif, and still he's able to open the face and ride it down to deep third. Last 5 overs, they've won a run a ball. Just setting the game up for the likes of Mahmudullah and Jakir Ali with the power to come. Rishad and Tanzim Saki both capable of finding the boundary as well. One 6-2 for 3. Lost Shomya Shakar, scoring 34 for 1. Then Litton fell 46 for 2. Healthy partnership between Mahedi and Tanzid. Now 37 from 39 between Afif and Mahedi has been low-risk batting, intelligent batting.
And they've played this well in terms of strike rotation against Gudakesh Moti right-left. We've seen the sweeps being employed by Mahedi. Azari Joseph is now in front of square leg side on the boundary. Yeah, that is a shot that has brought him some runs. So he's looking to get inside the line, perhaps now to go backward of square. But Moti's also clever, so he'll vary his pace, he'll also vary his length, maybe firing one full at his toes. And pull it back slightly with some loop so that potentially it bounces and he gets the top edge.
Bit of grip we've seen from Moti, and there were a lot of discussions after the toss decision. Shea Hope said he was surprised. He would have been happy to bowl first. But you think, as they were able to see off that initial period of moisture, if they get a competitive total with Rishad Hossain, tall leg spin, and Mahedi himself as options, Mamadullah another off-spin option, could potentially bring Bangladesh's bowling attack into the game going into the afternoon. .166 for 3.
Yeah, 10 of the last 14 ODIs played here, day games, have been won by the team batting first. So perhaps that bit of information fed into the decision making from Mahedi Hassan. Potentially the pitch slows up a little bit later on.
breezy day here in St. Kitts. Shepherd bowling a 7th over, which means they'll only have, providing he doesn't bowl any more overs before the last 10, they'll only have 3 of Joseph and 3 of Shepherd after this remaining. But Shea Hope understands the importance of breaking this partnership and has shuffled between Joseph and Shepherd from this Lozat Road end.
Again, trying to guide it down to third. Just missing out. He scored a boundary in the previous over with a thickish outside edge. So the deep third is quite fine now.
Two overs behind the West Indies, but I expect Roston Chase to bowl some overs. They could potentially make up there. Moti's still got 4 remaining.
Now, just prior to that delivery, Justin Graves was brought into first slip, a wide-ish first slip, because of the shot that Mahedi plays. So just to prevent him from playing that and to ask him to score in a different area. So good thinking from Shea Hope.
There's the adjustment. He does have a ramp, Mahedi, that he played in the Afghanistan series against the pace, but both deep fine leg and deep third in place, that will deter him from going in that area. And then, of course, with the slit, will be reluctant to then open the face. So good thinking and planning.
And not only did he move across to the offside, he was very deep in the crease for that particular shot. Almost on the bowling crease. Look how deep he gets in the crease as well. Very close to the stumps, but he's outside the off stump, so he's quite safe. So they blocked one area, and he's showing them that he can score in another.
Good control of length today from Shepherd in this middle phase. About to complete his 5th over after the power play 1. He's gone wicketless in the middle this year, and his economy at times has been expensive. So he'll be pleased with this, and the next challenge for him when he comes back later on in the innings in the last 10 will be his execution. Whether he can find that Yorker and potentially pace off delivery. But again, just 2 from the over, 168 for 3. Partnership at 43 now. 15 balls since the boundary, so bit of pressure building last couple of overs from the West Indies. Just 4 runs and over in the last 5. With 4 remaining out of the attack. Justin Graves back from the pavilion end.
So many lovely shots we've seen from that man over the years. Of course, his father as well, capturing iconic images of West Indies cricket for a long time. Randy Brooks and his dad, Gordon Brooks.
And it's been a trait of Justin Graves, actually, where he's gotten the ball to deviate sharply off the pitch, using the scramble seam. Saw it in his first spell to Mahedi, actually. Will hit a good length and get the ball to nip both ways. With the newer ball, gives you that control with the slightly older ball. Both mid-on and mid-off up in the circle, but rarely see him score down the ground.
Yeah, the last time they were here, 2022, they blanked the West Indies 3-0. Those matches played in Providence in Guyana. Favorable conditions to Bangladesh and their spinners, and even their batters being able to maneuver the ball and to counter the West Indian spinners. This time around, though, different conditions from then. More pace, more bounce.
Top shot from Afif Hussain.
Yeah, just the way they get inside the line of the delivery to really help the ball more than hit the ball. So they're using the pace of the delivery. So a good technique and fine enough for 4. So this time around, different conditions, but so far they've adapted well. The batters, that is.
This time through the offside. That is race to the boundary.
That was dismissive from Afif, really disdainful. Consecutive 4s, one down the leg side, and just look at this. Really nonchalant from him.
Second 50-plus run partnership of the innings for Bangladesh. It's been a struggle for them, the games that they've lost. Could this be the start of an attack in these next 17 overs? 178 for 3.
One for 28 for Romario Shepherd, his 4th over of this spell. West Indies looking for another breakthrough. We talked about Moti's strength to this team being a wicket taker in the middle overs. He hasn't picked up a wicket today yet. 6 overs for 27, and Shai Hope needs his primary slow bowling option to bring some wickets. This partnership has gone well. Afi Hussain has been busy. Hello, Mali Richard.
Hello, Bish. Hello, everyone. Mahedi Hassan leading from the front here. 63 off 89. It's taking him a bit of time to get acclimatized to conditions, but he stayed fighting. As his innings has progressed, he's found run scoring easier. And this partnership now threatening for Bangladesh.
Shai Hope, it was a case of chasing in the last series against England. Whoever chased won the games, but those were different circumstances in that there was a due factor in the back half of those games. Won't have that in this day game. Good from Shepherd again.
He's been very good in this match so far. His control has been fantastic. Early with the new ball, he had it seaming and swinging about with a little bit of extra bounce as well through to that wicketkeeper, Hope. But we know where his issues have lied.
Wicket for Shepherd again, even though it's hit with that wind. Safely held by Jaden Seals. The West Indies wanted it, they got it. And Shepherd delivers.
Just losing a wicket at the wrong time there. Afif was hit quite sweetly. Maybe not quite out the middle of the bat. The one man there on the boundary looked like Jaden Seals took a comfortable catch, so Shepherd picks up another. And just when this partnership was looking to take it away, Afif has to go. He's gone for 28. West Indies will be really happy to see the end of that partnership there. Afif and Mehedi would have had previous success batting together. Just 2 years ago, they would have put on 174 for the 7th wicket versus Afghanistan. They were 45 for 6 at one point, chasing 216. See that again. A good looking shot from Afif, but not quite out the middle. Good comfortable catch by Seals.
Errant delivery allows Mamadullah to get off the mark with a boundary. 183 for 4. Zakir Ali, Rashad to come if needed. Mehedi going well. Shepherd has been outstanding with 2 for 33. Alzari Joseph also impressing with a couple of important blows. Can Moti now add to that? Question asked, television umpire comes into play.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for run out at batting end. Can you show me the side on angle, please? Yes, nice and slow. Yeah, bat is grounded. Before the bails are off, I'm ready to make my decision. Decision for the big screen is not out. Repeat.
Into his 7th over here. He'll be happy to actually see a right-handed batter in Mamadullah. Two left-handers at the crease probably just suits the batters in terms of the matchup, but with Mamadullah at the crease, a chance here, slip in.
Superb record against the West Indies, averaging over 60. Averages over 140 in ODIs here at Warner Park. This is his 4th match ODI here, played for the Patriots in the CPL, for the Talawas as well, historically.
Yeah, he's been a good all-round cricketer for Bangladesh over the years. That beard just greying now slightly.
Don't sledge off the grey beards, man.
Set him, I'm sure.
I've got a few specks of grey myself, Bish.
Comes to all of us in time. No laughing at home. Some say it's a sign of wisdom.
Oh, yes.
Last innings 98 for Mamadullah against Afghanistan. 185 for 4. Andre Adams, former New Zealand seam bowler. He spoke glowingly about watching cricket as a youngster growing up, watching the action from the West Indies and how much that meant to him and his family with his West Indian heritage.
He'll be going home somewhat when this leg of the tour moves to St. Vincent. Another grey beard there. That's wisdom, though.
Does he put though in there? Are you saying the ones before weren't filled with wisdom, Mali? You aging us.
From my perspective, you know.
Jaden Seals is back.
It's been a mixed bag from Seals so far here today. Just struggling to make the transition, if you like, from the red ball game to limited overs format. Still a long way to go in his career, still a very young man, but still trying to work out the best way in which to go about bowling in this format. He's had his struggles.
Well, right here, right now, what you've got to do to the newer of the two batters, and Mamadullah, once he gets in, he can push things forward if he gets in. But right now, what is your best delivery? Your best delivery right now to Mamadullah is a test match line and length. Don't go over pitching with no one back at mid-off or long off and long on. If he has to strike, let him strike your good ball. You might throw a cutter in there, but make sure the length is appropriate.
That's the area, looking to hit that splice of the bat up amongst the stickers or so. Want to force these Bangladeshi batters back, especially in good batting conditions. Just a few too many, especially in that first spell for me, Bish, where he just pitched it a bit too far up in the slot, allowed the batter to play through the line, especially down the ground. We know how small the boundaries are here, straight at this Warner Park.
Be a little tighter in line to Mahedi.
And he's looked uncomfortable at times, looking to play that shot, but he... Oh yeah, it's off the helmet, that one. So I think we're going to have a concussion check at some point for Mahedi. But he's looked to take on the short ball. Saw that in the test matches as well. That was the line of attack.
He'll be fine. It's mandatory now that that check takes place, and understandably so, for delayed concussions and that sort of thing. Sometimes it can compromise the integrity of the helmet, and you often see that change, not always, but sometimes.
That one was a nasty blow, actually.
Sumusaka went first. Good delivery from Alzari Joseph, just brushed the outside edge.
And then Das was second to go. Probably should have left that one, but good delivery from Shepherd nonetheless. The big wicket, Tanzid, just when things were looking very rosy for Bangladesh. Another partnership had built, but Afif had to go. 4 very crucial wickets here for the West Indies. Chances for the West Indies. That one should have been taken. Casey Carty on the third-man boundary. Actually, twice Casey Carty putting down Mahedi Miraz.
Do some work on your fielding, young man. wonderful 100 against England, but I think missed opportunities. I always used to say to batters, you don't work hard enough at your catching, or I don't work hard enough on my catching. It allows the fortunate batter to kick on, but it also impacts the bowler significantly, because if he has a poor run of form and gets left out, nobody's counting the drop catches in his favor. So that's something you always have to bear in mind beyond the obvious. 187 for 4.
With those 2 drop catches there, I know, Bish, you're a massive basketball fan as well, and I love the plus-minus stat. It's a stat I'd love to see somehow, some buffing somewhere, bring into the game of cricket, just to work out a quantifiable, something you can use to quantify a drop catch. Yeah, but also you got to add in Casey Carty will come into bat later on as well. So whatever runs he would score, and then you take away based on what Mahedi would have gone on to, it would be an interesting stat indeed. Someone will come up with it.
Gets that fine. Races on, another boundary. He swept in front of square and now behind square for boundaries. Maybe Moti might consider that he's bowling just a touch straight to Mahedi Hassan Miraz.
Touch straight and a touch too quick for me. Just a bit easy there for Miraz, just to use the pace. It's been a very quick outfield. Just needed to find a gap.
Couple more runs.
Good batting that from Miraz. Came down, the ball wasn't quite there, but didn't panic. Still kept his eye on it, kept his shape, just made good contact.
Couple more runs. It's good placement, actually. Enjoying life when he's been batting at 2, 3, or 4. Averaging over 40 and sometimes over 50 Miraz, and each opportunity to bat in those higher established areas rather than at 7 and 9 for much of his career. Moti still wicketless. 197 for 4. Jaden Seals. About to say not rolling down the hill, but running up the slope. And Bangladesh have not had a 300 run plus total since the last World Cup in India. I think it might have been against Australia in Pune, the last time they managed to rack up a 300 plus total in ODIs. 291 is the highest since then, and we talk so much about 300 in ideal conditions being par for the course in the modern ODI.
Now this is the place to do it. Won the toss and batted as well. Average score of what, 310? Batting first here at Warner Park. So I was a little surprised to actually hear skipper Shea Hope said they would have bowled had they won the toss.
He's probably thinking how they played the last series. You would know. And their identity as well. The West Indies are still searching for a one-day international identity as a team. The bowling has not, I should say, been their strength. This should be gone. Who wants it? Several people calling. Rutherford palms them away. And Seals strikes against Mehidy. Calm down, Jaden. He's already dismissed. No need for words.
Good length that from Seals. Not sure what Mehidy was thinking there. Just lost his patience. Going big, looking to go down the ground. Maybe looking to take advantage of these short boundaries straight. But didn't make contact with the middle. Seals picks up his first. He'll be very happy to see the back of the skipper from Bangladesh. Miraz goes for 74. 198 for 5.
Jakir Ali showed his strength in the test series. With that 90 up at Sabina Park. Yeah, I think with mid-off and mid-off up, Mehidy thought that was an opportunity to strike it down the ground. Happy Seals only steered and didn't speak because he's already been fined for crossing the line in the test series. And I want to reinforce that's not something I like to see in the game. I'll say it again, it's not my thing. Let the ball do the talking, find some other way. There are too many cautionary tales in the game. To get yourself going, find another way and channel the energy.
Yeah, looking to go down the ground was Miraz. And we've seen him mainly as a batter on this tour so far, Mehidy Miraz. He's been one of the standout players.
Yeah, nothing said, nothing needed to be said after the dismissal. Very well done. 198 for 5.
Set batter in Miraz, back in the pavilion now. Seals, he'll be quite happy to join Shepherd and Joseph in the wicket column. Picked up his first. Udikesh Moti still wicketless. Bowling to two right-handers now in Jaka and Mamadullah. Jacka, one of the standout players, as I was saying, in that test series. He's had a good start to his test career. Scored a very valuable and crucial 90 in that second test in Jamaica. What was so good to see from him, especially in that innings, was how he transferred pressure back onto the West Indian bowlers. Hit some 5 sixes in that innings. Something he'll be looking to replicate here today. A little bit of turn there for Gudikesh Moti. Again, just around 90k is a bit flat. Rattled through this over so far, 4 deliveries, just the 1 conceded.
.200 comes up for Bangladesh with 11.1 overs remaining in the innings. It's a good little period for the West Indies to have picked up a couple of wickets in the last 20 minutes or so. Two for 20 of the last 5, 200 for 5.
Skipper Miraz must be in the pavilion, absolutely kicking himself. His last 50 came off 66 deliveries, the slowest 50 of the match so far. So things going in the right direction at the right time for the West Indies here.
A reparation of the footmarks, just ensuring that the bowlers trafficking through that area have a flat enough landing surface in order to deliver, in this case Jaden Seals. Throwback to the old times, keeping tradition alive with the old manual scoreboard. A lot of information to imbibe off of that. Of course, so many grounds now around the world. On the opposite side of that scoreboard, actually, to the west, there is the electronic scoreboard. Hit the gap nicely. And we saw this quite a lot from Jakir Ali in the test series.
Yeah, he's just got this ability, quite a unique ability to just find the boundaries. Looks quite unassuming as a player, but boy is he effective. Just using the pace there once again, bisecting the 2 fielders. Good start this for Ali.
You go back to that top of off line. That's better. It's an area I did not think they bowled enough to him in the test match. And when he started walking across, I thought they could have gone wider to him. It was sort of like a Steve Smith, the Australian batter's animations at the crease, where he shuffles across to the off stump and invites you to bowl at his legs. Been LBW Steve Smith a couple of times as he's gotten older now. But at his best, he wanted you to come at the stumps. And the West Indies went for it, and he scored a lot of runs behind square onside. Yeah, he's across the stumps on that occasion as well, opening up the onside for an easy single.
Yeah, just using that strong bottom hand as well to maneuver the ball into the gaps. Been a very good player in his young career so far. What's been very impressive from him is the fact that he's looked to take on real pace attacks. If you look at his test record, he would have had some success against South Africa. Follow that up here against the West Indian pace attack.
And I think he showed some range, Shakir Ali, because once he started teeing off after he got to 50 at Sabina Park, he started striking it down the ground where previously he'd not scored a lot. So when he comes across like that, if you are able to sight it early, your options are, one, you could still go up a stump, or you could take it maybe another couple of stumps wider with your deep point and your deep third, and ask him then to score through the offside, which he's done in his career, mind you. But just find out. Instead, you go for that short ball again, which he did it so well in the Test match series. Scoring fine because he's way across his stumps. Not sure that's learning, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, deja vu for Jaden Seals and Xhaka Ali here once again. Just getting inside the line of the ball. Almost a free hit for him. A man in good form. He's seeing these balls very big. You would have thought maybe with two new batters at the crease, Bangladesh would have found scoring just a bit of a struggle here, but Xhaka Ali has added impetus.
That's the line there. Quite simply, that's the line. The analyst has to inform them. 210 for 5.
What's been good to see from Xhaka as well throughout this tour is his maneuverability. Seems very adaptable as well. Came in at number 7 if you think back in that first test.
Final over for Gudakesh Moti. None for 42 so far. Alzari has 3 more available to him. Shepherd has 2. They will be key, perhaps in their 5 overs and the back end of the innings. But you're looking for the other 5 overs, of which Moti's going to give you 1. So who gives you the other 4? Seals, Chase, Graves. It's a little bit of grip in the surface.
Yeah, just a little bit of grip. We saw a bit of moisture early. Here. He's just been a little too quick for me to get as much as he possibly could out of this pitch. You see that there again. Very fast and straight.
Nice boy. Get there, send it quick, that's all.
None for 42 of 10 for Moti. Economical, but he would have wanted a wicket or 2. 211 for 5. Only the second time Moti has been wicketless after bowling a full quarter of 10 overs in the obvious ODIs.
Justin Graves. And this will be the challenge, pace off there from him. This will be the challenge for the West Indies after taking a calculated risk earlier where Shea went to Joseph and Shepherd to break those significant partnerships, filling the remaining 5 overs of this last 10. Mamadullah and Jakar Ali, who have been Bangladesh's best strikers in the last 10, will be well aware, and they'll be targeting which bowlers they can take on. Good afternoon, Sir Kirtley.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. It's a blazing hot day here at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Slow delivery. Eight overs after this one. So we expect to see some fireworks from both batters, Mamadullah and Jakar.
The line has been good to Jakar Ali from Graves. Couple of pace-off deliveries, but wide. Heard previously about his tendency to come across the stumps and access that area behind square on the leg side. Scores so many of his runs there in his international career. So good from Graves with a deep backward point to go to that wide Yorker. And then has a 3 deep on the leg side. Deep fine leg, backward square, and mid-wicket. He does want to play into the leg side.
And also into the breeze as well.
.217 for 5. Eight overs to go in the innings. They'll be very pleased, Bangladesh, with the way they've gone in the middle. 5 runs and over. It's been a struggle for them throughout the year. They've set the game up nicely for Jakar and Mamadullah. Joseph. Mamadullah Riyad, his ability against Seam has been standout in 2024, and it's been mostly because of how late he can play deliveries, will pull a lot of balls. Interception point against the seamers was half a meter later than the other Bangladesh batters. Get deep in that crease, can hit you square on the leg side where they've got 2 deep fielders, can hit you through point. There's also a deep sweeper. Good memories here. averages 40 plus in the Caribbean. His 250s, both of them coming here at Warner Park. It's a big part of that historic series win, which was achieved right here in St. Kitts back in 2018. A wide ball to Jackie Ali. Good line.
These final 7.5 overs are going to be very, very crucial for both teams. West Indies wouldn't want them to get away. And the flip side to it is that Bangladesh would like to get a good total. As we see a bit of a field adjustment. Long on has now come into mid on, and final leg has gone back on the boundary.
Came across his stumps again. Jackie Ali, this has been a superb series in the Caribbean for him. It continues in this first ODI.
It was a good strike. Look how far across the offside he went. And smacked it exactly where he wanted. What will Alzawi do now?
And now has the deep long on in place before that last delivery, which gives him more luxury and gives him more protection to bowl the fuller length outside off where they want to be operating against him. Busy from Amadullah. Again, poised nicely with 7 overs to go. Hopefully he's okay. 2-2-5 for 5. Second over of this spell, Justin Grace from the lows at Rhode End, and not only does he provide you a 6th bowling option, but Shea Hope and the West Indies have seen enough in his back-end execution with pace-off deliveries to be able to bowl in this phase. Really well struck and executed from Mamadullah.
Gave himself a bit of room and struck it well. High and hard over extra cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces into the fence. And this is a period where they're going to go after almost every delivery. With 6 overs after this, Bangladesh will be thinking in the line of, well, 300 maybe out of reach. They probably will be looking to maybe 270 275.
Misses length badly. Right into the path of Jacker Ali, who just helps it for 6.
Full toss from Justin Graves on leg stump, and was just helped away quite easily and convincingly from Xhaka for 6. Pressure on Justin Graves.
Looked quite high last delivery. He was deep in his crease as well, Jacker Ali. Didn't see any signal from Kumar Dharmasena. Deep fine leg goes back. 4 deep on the leg side now with just a deep point.
Well, was that over the waist?
Right from Amadullah, fine leg comes in, long off, goes back.
Somebody walking across the side screen as the bowler's running in. Well, I wouldn't want to comment too much on that, Mikel, because I hear Bish laughing in the background. He knows exactly what I was talking about.
Could have been problematic had that hit the stumps.
Would have been a goner had that hit the stumps. Desperate lounge to get back in.
"13 runs from the over, 238 for 5. Bangladesh have been able to score 8 runs and over against Justin Graves. Shepherd has got 2, Joseph has got 2. Eventually the other 2 could be fruitful for them if they plan it correctly. 3 deep on the leg side. Poor Mamadullah with a deep point and deep third. Off is up.
Well, we know who he's supporting.
In their 3 losses this year, Bangladesh, twice they've lost batting first. 286 against Sri Lanka, which wasn't enough. 244 against Afghanistan in that 3rd ODI, but I think they'll feel pleased about the improvements they've made. And yes, it's a smaller ground, but even with the absence of a few key individuals, 152 runs in the 30 middle overs today, 5 and over. but being able to set the game up for Jacker and Mamadula in the last 10, while being able to score in the middle and being busy at the crease, I think will be something they look back on and feel happy about. Time will tell how good of a job it was, depending on how much runs they get, how many runs they get at the end of the 50th. That is with the wind. And all the way for 6.
Not a particularly good delivery from Alzari Joseph. It was banged in short, not much pace behind of it. Slow delivery as well. It was cracked away, high and hard over mid-wicket for 6. It was well spotted by Mamadula. He's a good striker of the cricket ball, Mamadula.
Apex shot tracker tells us that that last 6 was for 78 meters. Nice lift. Mammoth. This is the power of Jacker Ali.
Anything you can do, Mamadula, I can do it better. That's what he's saying, Jacker Ali. That was a big one. Right in the hitting arc. And he made no mistake. What a strike that was.
Third 50-plus run partnership of the innings. Mid-off is up. Just out of reach for Romario Shepherd. 14 runs from the 45th, 2-5-2 for 5. Quickest 50, 36 balls for the last one. They can manage with these two and the power they possess to get 10 and over for the next 5. They'll get to that 300 mark. Came across his stumps, held his shape beautifully in the slot. Gleefully accepted. 98 meters, says the Apex shot tracker. Graves continues.
Pace of delivery.
Bangladesh! Bangladesh! Bangladesh!
They're not short of support, Bangladesh.
supporters at every World Cup game they played in the Caribbean. Die-hard supporter. Where do they go for the next 4? Joseph has got 1. Shepherd has got 2 left.
Good bowling. Good bowling from Justin Graves. He's mixing it up beautifully. Not a slow delivery. Mamadullah was well into the stroke before the ball got there. And the delivery before that was a short one, a bouncer, that surprised him. So good going so far from Justin Graves.
Fortunate with fine leg up. Meter to the left or right of Shepherd would have been 4. Very good execution from Graves. Just 2 runs from the over, 254 for 5. Bit of pace off. Have an important role to play with bat in hand as well, Graves. To adopt that number 6 position, opened the batting earlier this year against Australia. Joseph has 1. Last over, he ball went for 14. Shepherd has got a couple. He's gone at 15 runs and over at the back end. Last 10 overs this year in 2024. So we'll want to follow up. Great control of length he's shown in the first 8 overs he's bowled. Cutter to start. He's been working on the leg cutter to complement the off cutter that he has. Delivery he started working on in Australia earlier this year. It's been a work in progress for him. Yeah, and there's that full and wide plan with a deep point and deep cover, as well as long off. And he'll be hitting into the wind for Jakir Ali.
Good delivery from Shepherd. My only concern, Nickel, is that the short 3rd man.
He's nailed that. Jakir Ali again coming across his stumps and hitting leg side.
They are loving it. That was a good strike. Jakir Ali this time. He tugged it from way outside off stump. Over deep mid wicket for 6. That was a big shot. The longest part of the boundary. And he cleared it quite easily.
Jackie Ali getting 82 meters, another 6 in the leg side. Apex shot tracker. And he now goes past his previous best of 37 not out against Afghanistan. In a game where Bangladesh similarly batted first, got to 252. It was such an important knock coming in at 7 and pushed them over the edge where they had enough. He really seems to be someone who can find that right balance of absorbing pressure circuitally, as we saw in the test series, but then being able to graduate into a more attacking intent as he goes through his innings.
He's not afraid to play his strokes, not afraid to go on the attack. And this is a big partnership. 65 at the moment.
This time to the offside. 10 from the over, 2-6-4 for 5.
One leg. Thank you.
3 overs to go, 18 deliveries. This is interesting. Justin Graves' last over from this end went for just 2 runs, but change in bowling, Jaden Seals. Given the pace off we saw Sir Kirtley and the good execution from Graves, surprising that they've not opted for him again.
Yeah, please.
Certainly did bowl a very good over. The last one he bowled. Only 2 runs. And that was really, really brilliant, considering the state of the game, where we are. And according to the innings timer, West Indies are 1 over behind. White signaled. Umpire Leslie Weaver Jr. Good work. Good work by Romario Shepherd. A short, fine leg. Had to move a few yards to his left. He did well.
Pace off from Seals, and they continue to develop him, Sir Kirtley, Jaden Seals, that is. This is one big part of his development, bowling in the back end, trying to enhance those pace-off variations. So that could be another reason why they've gone for him now, putting him in high-pressure situations.
That is something that has plagued West Indies cricket for a number of years. Depth bowlers. So they're still searching to find the personnel to do that. So that is why they keep using different bowlers just to see who are more capable of doing the job. Fancy chip over to Nevis, Nicken. It take a few minutes by speedboat.
Just one, if you're inviting me, for sure, Sir Kirtley. What is Seals' plan to Jackie Raleigh? Deep point on the offside, 4 deep on the leg side. Good execution with the field hitting into the wind leg side as well.
Two overs after this. Can Bangladesh manage to get to 300? They would love to get to the 300 mark. Psychologically, it would play on the minds of the West Indian batters.
They understand the thinking. Fine leg is up.
Another wide called. That's a bit interesting though, as he moves so far across the off stump. Trying to hit it over fine leg.
Just squeezes it past fine leg. I have to feel for him, Jaden Seals. Important boundary to end the over. 275 for 5. The last couple of overs has been an area where the West Indies fell down in the England series. This delivery at the last over. Seals will feel hard done by after the Yorker. But they conceded 30 runs in the last 2 overs of the third ODI. 27 in an over and a half in the second ODI. So these next 12 deliveries will be critical and could be the difference between Bangladesh getting to 300.
Got away with that, Alzawi Joseph. It was a full toss, but the fielder at deep mid-wicket managed to get around. Graves got to run quite quickly, limited them to 1. Can Bangladesh get the 300 mark?
Coming our way, that is hit so straight. It's been a great showing of power between these two.
Mahmudullah again. Right in the hitting arc once again from Alzawi Joseph, and he made no mistake. Mahmudullah kept his shape, hit it long and hard. 282 for 5. $300 is really on the cards, Nikhil. 9 deliveries left in his innings. 80 meters this time. Apex shot tracker, 80 meters.
Comes across the stump, so won't get the wide calls.
He's not too happy, is it? Jackie Ali probably thought that should have been called a wide. Or maybe saying he should have had a go at it.
The third is in the circle. Deep point, deep cover, long off. Deep mid-wicket and long on. Good execution. Highest partnership of the innings. Third 50-plus partnership for Bangladesh. And throughout the year, they've had guys getting big scores. The problem has been the support around them. And today, as wickets went down, they were able to make sure they absorbed pressure, spent time at the crease, and then were rewarded by the pressure they put on the West Indies. So a lot of positives to take into this innings and beyond. The way they've set the game up for the last two, Mahmudullah and Jakir, will be a big, big plus. Now they've got to defend.
Probably waiting to change his bat. He's looking at the handle of the bat, where it's joined onto the body. '86-run partnership from 70 deliveries between these two, Mahmudullah and Jakir Ali. Head coach Phil Simmons on the right. On a bit of a conversation. Final delivery for Azari and his spell.
Will just be 1-10 from the over. 1 to go. 285 for 5. .300 is a magic number here at Warner Park. Not one of the 8 teams who got 300 here batting first have lost. 15 runs away they are from that target. Shepherd to bowl the final over of the innings. And pace off, smacked. Great way to start the last over.
Slow delivery, but Mahmudullah was up to the task. He waited and struck it well. What a start of the final over. Shepherd immediately under pressure. 291 for 5. 300 is on the cards.
Will be a third 50 for Mahmudullah at Warner Park. And 30 one-day international half centuries for the 38-year-old.
Really played well. 43 deliveries it took him to get to his 50. What a partnership. 94 at the moment.
Certainly giving themselves something to defend. They've got an exciting bowling attack who have made good strides in 2024. A couple of quality spin options as well. The changes of pace in this over from Shepherd, even though he was hit for the 6.
Came back very well. Was struck for 6 off the first delivery. Then the next 3 were pretty good. Just hitting just above the neck. And according to protocol, has to go for a concussion.
We home for Christmas. Make sure you head over to tickets.windiescricket.com. The Siege United one-day internationals beginning here Sunday. A couple more here at Warner Park. And then we go over to St. Vincent for the T20 internationals. Their highest score, Bangladesh. 10 innings since the last World Cup. Have not reached 300 as we heard earlier. Need 6 off 2 balls. Straight to the fielder. Hitting into the wind, maybe that helped take some pace off it. And good execution in this final over from Shepherd.
Very, very well bowled. Considering he was struck for six the very first delivery. Another pace-off delivery. Jaka Ali couldn't get a hold of it the way he would have liked. Easy catch for Brandon King down a square leg. He's gone for 48. Bangladesh 294 for 6.
Center. Right hand over 1.
Rishad Hossain. Another pace off an entire over with those off cutters into the pitch. The West Indies keep Bangladesh to below 300, but 294 for 6. With their spinners, they will certainly feel they've got a defendable target on the board.
They certainly played well, because at one point it looked like they were struggling to get to 270. But good batting from Mahmudullah, who's left unbeaten on 50, and of course Jaka Ali, who was just dismissed. That big partnership made a difference. And I'm sure Bangladesh would believe they got a total that they can defend.
84 of the last 10, thanks to Mahmudullah and Jakir Ali. Bangladesh's 2 best ball strikers when it comes to that phase. 350s in the innings as well. They'll be very pleased with their showing. 60 from Tanzid, 74 top score from the captain Mahedi, and 50 in quick time from Mahmudullah.
It was tough work for the West Indian bowlers. For the most part, they were expensive. 3 wickets to Shepherd, 2 to Alzari Joseph, 1 to Seals. But they couldn't contain Bangladesh enough, and they ended up with 294 for 6.
In a high-scoring venue, the West Indies will feel with smaller boundaries they can chase this. Time will tell. Let's go down to Samuel Badri.
First of all, well played, run a ball, 60. How pleased were you with your first innings in the West Indies?
Yeah, thank you. I think the wicket was really good. I'm just enjoying my batting in this kind of wicket.
A good partnership with your captain, 79, that was worth. What were you guys thinking and discussing during that period?
Yeah, after 2 wickets fallen, me and Miraj Bhai was talking we need a partnership from there, and if we build a partnership from there, then it will be a good score for our team. And we are just trying to play the merit on the ball, and it will be a good partnership from there.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions. It looked good for batting, good pace, good bounce?
Yeah, obviously. In this morning, first 10 overs is very difficult to bat. We was thinking that if we managed first 10 overs, then the wicket getting good and we'll make runs from here. I think, and personally, I am really enjoying this condition.
And what's key then in defense of that total for you and your bowlers?
Yeah, I think it was a very good total from our team, and Riyad Bhai and Zakir Ali finished that very well. And if our bowler did their job, then it will come to our side.
Well played once again, and hopefully we see some more runs from you.
Thank you.
Very good innings from Tanzid today. 295 will be the target for the West Indies if they are to break the winning streak of Bangladesh here in the Caribbean. Take a short break. When we come back, we'll have some analysis.
Back here at Warner Park, they have the completion of the Bangladesh innings, having won the toss and choosing to bat first. They got to 294 for 6 on the back of Tanzid, 60. 74 from Mahedi, the captain, Mamadullah with a half century of his own, and Zakir Ali with 48. The best bowler for the West Indies was Romario Shepherd, who showed good control in the power play and showed good control throughout the rest of the innings. 2 wickets to Alzarri Joseph, 1 for Jaden Seals. Thank you very much for staying with us through our analysis during the break of innings here. Mali Richards alongside me, as well as Atta Ali Khan. Atta, let's start with Tanzid. We've seen him from the under-19 days and always has been one with an abundance of talent. His half-century today meant what to you?
Well, certainly looked really good. I mean, he's just showing what he is capable of doing in these conditions. Remember, he also said that he enjoys these side of, especially the surface where the ball comes nicely onto the bat. He played some glorious shot and so early in the innings. Not easy because there was a bit of a rain, so there was a bit of a moisture early on. But he showed aggression and he got away with it by playing some lovely shots. What was actually key for me was down the ground hitting. Stay in the V. Being an opening batter, no matter what format you play, he's trying to present the full face of the bat and going down the ground. I think that has been absolutely very impressive.
Yeah, he's a talented player, taking a little bit of a while to get to acquiesce international cricket, but I'm sure that'll come with enough more opportunity. Mali, the wickets that the West Indies took starting at the top came through what sequence?
Well, some good sustained fast bowling on a good length as well. We saw Tanzid in particular go down the ground quite handsomely, but there, good length from Alzarri Joseph, just nipping away. Romario Shepherd as well, just back of a length, a bit of seam, a bit of swing as well. And Tanzid just going at the wrong time for Bangladesh. Afif as well, just playing across the line to that one, not quite out the middle of the bat, but from a West Indian perspective, they would have been happy to not let these Bangladesh batters get away from them.
Yeah, Mahedi going, and then of course Zakir Ali falling at the back end of the innings. So how good a total is it? Only time will tell. Usually you expect to get to 300, and maybe Atta, if Mahedi Hassan had gotten to a larger score and built on that half century, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly an opportunity because the kind of start that Tanzid Hassan Tamim gave early, if you have someone scoring those runs so quickly, and then Mehdi Hassan Miraj, he was lucky, he was dropped twice, but then West Indies have only got themselves to blame. He played some lovely shots, and it's a sort of a character that he's trying to show even when he played that first test match as a skipper, because he wants to go and take the pressure by himself, leading from the front. He's batting number 4, and yes, there were problems earlier on, but to be able to do what he did, I thought he's turning out to be a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, we're happy to see this because, again, you go back to under-19, he was MVP because of his batting and bowling, but he was put down twice by Casey Carty.
Yeah, Casey Carty, the guilty man, twice putting down Mahedi Miraj. He'll have to make that up in this second innings when he gets a chance with the bat. But once again, catches going down for the West Indies. They'll be very disappointed not to hold on to those.
Yeah, coming on the back of the Test series in particular. However, that is not Bangladesh's problem because at the back end, they got a 96-run partnership between Zakir Ali, again, who's shown great touch, and the old man, Mahmudullah, of just 74 balls.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether Zakir Ali can bat up the order. If he can bat up the order here, give him a few more overs, then if what he's doing at the moment is going through a purple patch, he's really enjoying his batting, playing some glorious shot, so he can come up the order, maybe get a little bit more time to play himself in and then try to go and build on his innings, can be very crucial. But what an important knock for him and Bangladesh. That's disappointed not to see anybody getting 100, but runs on the board, 294, not a bad total.
Just quickly, Mali, what have the West Indies got to do well?
Well, they've got to start well. Obviously, it's going to be that searing pace of Nahid Rana. We saw the impact he would have had in that second test in Sabina Park. Evan Lewis, Brandon King, they've been explosive at times at the top of the innings. West Indies are going to need to have a very solid start in order to get close to this total.
Thank you very much, Mali. Thank you very much, Atta. Well, we've heard from my 2 colleagues. We'll hear more from them. After the break, we will hear from one of the newest members of the West Indies setup and how a call to the national team or the international team excited him on the way to this break. Here's a little snippet of Amir Jangu. And after the break, we get more into it.
After that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told him the news, and it was such a special moment for us and something I'll remember for the rest of my life because this is just a dream come true for me.
...2024, the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on the matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. He had another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under-19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under-19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Rutherford, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup. And that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know? Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Yeah, that's true.
Roti.
Up
one.
top. How roti can be one, man?
What do you mean?
Are you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Harry, what's your lock screen there?
Why if you don't?
Jayden, what's your lock screen?
Should I make a bag?
Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Welcome back to the beautiful Warner Park, Basseterre St. Kitts. West Indies taking on Bangladesh in the first CG United one-day international. It is an extremely important series for both teams as they seek to qualify for the 2027 Cricket World Cup. A reflection on the first innings, 294 for 6 Bangladesh got to, with Tanzid, Mahedi and Mamadullah all getting to half centuries. Romario Shepherd was the standout, 3 for 51, 2 for Azari Joseph and 1 for Jaden Seals. Brandon King, Evan Lewis will begin proceedings for the West Indies. They'll need 295. Atta Ali Khan, how will Bangladesh reflect on that 294?
Well, we heard Madison Miraj at the toss. The 280 is what he was looking for. So he's got more than what he was expecting. So that would probably give them the sort of cushion that they were hoping for. But this is a true, really good batting surface. The openers from West Indies, Brandon King, 44 innings with 650s and 300s. If he gets going, then well, that's exactly what the West Indies team will be hoping for. But I think it's not a bad total. Runs on the board, some sort of pressure.
Yeah, Evan Lewis at the other end, 100. His return to international cricket, one-day international cricket earlier this year against Sri Lanka, followed up by a 94, then a couple of quiet ODI innings after that. And what a year it's been for Taskin Ahmed. His average has dipped below 20 in all 3 formats in 2024. He was the joint player of the series in the tests. He is also Bangladesh's leading power play 1 wicket taker. 5 of his 13 wickets coming with the new ball this year.
And he's in really good form. He's found his rhythm back. He's worked very hard on his fitness. And his line have started in the right direction. The lines have been spot on.
295 to get for the West Indies.
Yeah, the highest successful chase by any team at this venue in ODI is 266. And West Indies beat Australia way back in 2016. So this has never happened. So if they do go on to chase this one, it'll be a historic one.
He's so strong and prolific through that offside, Brandon King. First boundary.
Sweet timing. Sweet. Ball sitting up nicely, coming onto the bat. Just a push into the gap and races over to the boundary. So margin of error minimum, especially on this kind of a surface. In the gap, it's gone to the boundary.
Coming off of that 102 against England in the 3rd ODI, where struck 8 boundaries through the extra cover region. Very strong offside, both square and in front square. Was it bat or pad? Kumar Dharmasena says pad. Taskin agrees.
Went up very, very quickly, but he's not interested. Just on the chases in ODIs anyway, the highest successful chase by West Indies against the same opposition, Bangladesh, was 256 in Mirpur. They attempted a chase of 302 here in St. Kitts in the year 2018, off the pad, but only reached 283.
Wish the viewers could see Atta's face when he said that beaming smile. There's that channel from Taskin where we saw him gain so much success in the Test series. Just on the 4th stump line. It'll be a good battle this actually, because Brandon King, we know, prefers width. And England actually got him a couple of times in the one-day international series, driving the ball, bringing point, extra cover into play. There's that drive. He flirts with danger. Outside off, 4 for none.
Yeah, good delivery to finish the over. Just slightly pitched up a little bit wide. He takes the bait. Lucky not to get a touch on that.
West Indies will need a good start. One change from the last ODI, with a couple of changes. No Shimon Hetmeyer or Matthew Ford. Tanzim Hassan Sakib, 22 years old, into his 8th ODI. Had a very good T20 World Cup in the Caribbean. 11 wickets in 7 matches. Missed the last series.
He's an attacking bowler. He'll come hard at you. They would have discussed this, that this pitch is really good for batting. So what is the right line and the lengths especially that will trouble the batter? You don't really want to see them, give them too much room on either side of the pitch. On stumps.
One thing we saw England do against Evan Lewis, went short at him, which can be it's a double-edged sword because he's so good on the pull, but a couple of times got him out. In that series, John Turner from around the wicket, Jamie Overton from over the wicket where Tanzim is operating now. They've got the deep fine leg as well as the deep third. One slip in place.
Keep it in pretty plain and simple, attacking the stumps. This is just a hint of movement after the ball pitches on the surface, the inward movement, just coming in to the left-hander.
Six wickets in the GSL for Tanzim. Playing for the Amazon Warriors, would have played with the likes of Roston Chase, Shea Hope, Romario Shepherd, so would have understood the strengths and weaknesses of those guys, and he'll likely bowl at them and face them today.
Timing it nicely, but he's not finding the gap, hitting it straight to the fielder. Certainly does come nicely on to the bat. The batter, they might at times get carried away looking at the surface, the behavior of the pitch. Not a bad idea to just get in early on, just let it come to the bat. Runs will come as long as they're willing to bat long. It's a maiden. It starts with a maiden. 4 without loss.
Improving year for this Bangladesh bowling attack. Those improvements, Atta, as you would know, have come mainly because of their formidable pace bowling attack that they've built. Third best average of all teams in one-day international cricket this year in the first 10 overs, 24 per wicket. The 12 they've taken with the new ball, Taskin has got 5. He has been the leader. But really, you think about even the options who aren't playing. Hassan Mahmood, who we know is very skillful. Shoiful Islam. Good depth and pool being created in Bangladesh.
Very good. Very good from Taskin Ahmed. Just might frustrate the batter because once again it went for that big booming drive. Gets beaten. Even in the previous over we saw King attempting to play a drive and he gets beaten. And that's the reason, one of the reasons why they have a slip in place. Windies and Miraj would be disappointed not to see someone go and get a big 100. Certainly the pitch here looks like that it is very good once the batter is set. We saw Tanzid Hassan Tamim is smashing those 60, even Windies and Miraj 70 plus.
It's fuller length from Taskin, and again that channel.
It keeps a little bit low here. Cross seam. Yeah, not a great shot attempted by the left-hander, Evan Lewis. He's racking up some space here, 130 to start with, and now's the last delivery, 140 kilometers per hour. And he's bowled a good channel here.
And with Lewis very strong down the ground and equally square of the wicket, Taskin has got a small margin of error. Both mid-on and mid-off are wide. So Lewis, you can understand why he's targeting, hitting the ball straight.
He hasn't got off the mark yet and he's faced already 8 deliveries. There's a bit of a pressure on him. So maybe a big shot. That's the reason why he wants to get off the mark with a big shot. Needs to be watchful here.
Still can't get his first runs. 5 without loss. just joined us, Bangladesh got to 294 for 6 in their 50 overs. 3 half-centuries for them, 3 50-plus run partnerships. West Indies in pursuit.
Yeah, well ball. Yeah, you talk about that score of 294 for 6 for Bangladesh when they decided to bat first. It's a well-directed bouncer. And out of that score, 160 coming in boundaries, 25 fours and 10 sixes. No boundaries yet for West Indies.
Really has been struck nicely. Second boundary for Brandon King.
Second boundary, correction. Just a little bit too wide. Allows the batter to free his arms, and it's a cracking shot. Look at how wide that is. Asking for trouble, gets the punishment.
Good patience so far from Brandon King.
Yeah, the key to the one that we saw from Tanzir Hassan Tamim and the rest of the batters, it's not only the boundaries that we were interested in, they were also very keen to rotate the strike. That's why we went really hard in between the wickets. Excellent to see. Something that the batters from the West Indies team would be also hoping to do. It just takes the pressure off. Couple of good deliveries, boundary not coming, but if you keep rotating strike, less pressure.
Deliveries now without scoring, Evan Lewis. Can Bangladesh put enough pressure on him to force a false shot?
You know, after being hit for that boundary in this over, the second delivery that Tanzim Hassan Saki bowled, he's gone very, very straight, especially to Evan Lewis. Right on the target.
21 dots already in the innings. The first 23 deliveries. Change in field now. Deep fine leg goes to deep backward square. The deep third. Gets his first runs. First run, 11 for none. Disciplined start from Bangladesh. They'll be hoping to continue the control of length that they've shown in the first 4 overs. Taskin has been a good length in and around that 4-stump channel that has brought him success so far. Nice timing.
If he gets going and if he keeps playing shots like that, then watch out. A really good piece of timing. just a touch fuller, opening the face of the bat, and goes through the cover and mid-off fielder. And once it gets past that fielder at the covers, Mahmudullah had no chance to stop that one.
It's a venue he knows well, Evan Lewis. 50-40-20s here at Warner Park. 10 CPL seasons playing for these people, the Patriots, their fans, faithful. 100 here this year's CPL. Rutherford, another Patriot that played here at Warner Park this season. Mika Louis, who we saw in the Test series. Kittishan, also a member of that Patriots team. Mahmudullah played for them back in 2018 as a pace off from Taskin.
Yeah, cleverly disguised.
There's Mika Louis, first Kittishan to play for the West Indies. And he from Nevis previously. Did it carry to Mahmudullah at mid-off? Will be another boundary for Lewis.
Pretty close. So looking to play some big shots. Mahmudullah diving a little bit slowly on his right. It might just have carried here, but not an easy one.
Sixteen of the first 20 runs have come in boundaries. 20 for none. Really hope that you grace us with your presence throughout this CG United white ball series, whether it's the one days here in St. Kitts or the T20Is in St. Vincent. Yeah, just carried to that right hand.
Yeah, because the line and lengths have been so good that they haven't managed to give any opportunity for them to even rotate the strike. That's the reason why they're once in a while they're thinking to play those big shots. And when they do that, there will be opportunities for Bangladesh. That's pretty close to Mahmudullah in the previous over. Evan Lewis trying to hit it over the top. Nearly hit it straight to Mahmudullah.
Had backward square on the boundary in the last over, now resorts back to deep fine leg. Another change of pace. Something Tanzim has done well throughout his career. More than half his overs coming in the last 10 in ODI cricket. Averages less than 20 in the power play, so multi-phase seamer for the Tigers.
No, he got a free pass.
And for Brandon King, it's a really important series in trying to follow up what he did against England, that 100 averages even after the 100, just 20 in the Caribbean in 20 innings, compared to 40 plus away from home. Still a work in progress, and obviously he's made the move up to the top of the order. Started his career at number 4. He's been getting the starts. 9 out of 12 innings this year, getting to double figures, but it's that conversion into the 3-figure scores that he wants to add and enhance in his game.
Yeah, important for West Indies that the openers lay a good solid foundation. It's been hard work, it's not been easy. Yes, you spoke about the boundaries, but there are quite a lot of dot deliveries already.
One pace off early. Taskin in the last over, now turns him a couple of balls. Maybe to Evan Lewis, who will go hard at the ball.
Yeah, when you see a surface which is very good for batting, that just prompts the bowlers to use different skills. They don't want to bowl at one pace and give opportunities for the batters to get set. That's the reason why they vary their pace. 122 to start with, 136, 135, and then pace of the ball. Clever piece of bowling.
Time. Don't think that carried to Mahedi.
That's the pressure I'm talking about. If you're only looking to hit boundaries, fine. But if it doesn't come, then you're in a spot of bother. Again, down the wicket. Fall short of the fielder at mid-on. Maybe there's a Mirage skipper.
Sumptuous. It's 1 from the over, 21 for none. Bit of pork ribs, chicken wings. Sunday afternoon cuisine. Throughout the Caribbean, actually, you go and get different variations of chicken. Three overs complete from Taskin, bowling from this pavilion end. We'll now see Nahid Rana, who's into his second ODI, made his debut against Afghanistan. Picked up a couple of wickets, one in the power play, one outside of it. We know about his extra pace. And this will be an exciting battle to these two openers. Using the pace. Great way to welcome Nahid into the attack.
This will be a good test for Nahid Rana. He'll have to adjust his line and length because this is a surface where the batters are feeling that it's coming onto the bat. So you drop it short, it's wide, it's cracked away. That was expected. Only playing his second ODI, Nahid Rana. We know what he can do with the ball. But you got to have different skill and different mindset in this different format of the game.
Just the one delivery from over the wicket now goes around. And it's the strength of his at the short ball, Evan Lewis, but it can dismiss him at times. I'm surprised they haven't gone short once. And maybe that's a potential option to both batters with the extra pace of Rana.
147 clicks this delivery.
Express pace has given Lewis difficulties in the past. Jofra Archer in the England series averages 21 and strikes at just 52 against deliveries quicker than 140 kilometers per hour.
Again, going hard at it. Only 3 singles, Nick. Only 3 singles in this partnership of 25. They go in at 3.75, so Bangladesh will be happy. Fine, they're leaking a boundary here and there. But what it is also doing is that making sure that they bowl some dot deliveries, quite a few so far. This has been quite pacey, just picking it up. Only his first over.
Really excited about his potential. Has a fantastic list A record, Nahid. 28 wickets at 17 apiece, 16 wickets in this year's Dhaka Premier Division. Should have really made the selectors opt to have him in these last couple of series. And the world has seen what he's capable of doing in the red ball test format. Mix up, bit of trouble. Luckily, Lewis turned around and got back quickly enough. In the end, 25 for none. Lewis wanted the single. Brandon King said no, and luckily he turned around quickly.
Yeah, not the best of thrower also. Very wide. Had it been straighter, maybe it could have been much closer. He's way out of his crease. He wanted to take that single. King refused, and rightly so.
Bangladesh's new ball exploits and their improvements in the first 10 overs on show. They'll be very pleased. At this stage, they were 46 for 1. Ended up getting 58 in that first power play. Were busy in the middle and then got 80 off the last 10. And West Indies have also got the scoreboard pressure. The asking rate will continue to rise. They've got quality spin that will come into the game later on. So definitely be the happier of the two teams as of now.
Immaculate line and length from Tanzim Hassan Saqib. He has attacked the stumps and his length has been very good also.
Last delivery pays off again. Seeing a lot against Evan Lewis. Clearly that's been a plan. into the series. Deep third. Hidrano was there but didn't carry.
Bangladesh will not mind that at all. Again, throwing his bat. Not looking to rotate strike. And that can be frustrating for both the batters. There you go. That's a slug. And again gets away with it. Top edge. They bowled really well, Bangladesh. Bowled to the field, bowled to a plan. And remember, it's a pitch where batters are scoring freely. They love to come on this kind of a surface and back themselves up to play shots one after another. So credit to the bowlers to keep them quiet.
Given build-up of pressure and excellent bowling has brought reward. Or has it? Will they review? Height would have been a question. And Brandon King is asking the question.
Review for LBW. TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge. Just keep rolling, keep rolling. Flat line, there is a big gap between bat and ball. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Waiting for the ball tracking, Leslie. It's coming up now. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets umpire's call. Stay with your original decisions. You're on screen. Please signal.
Out confirmed. Brandon King gone for 9. 27 for 1. Casey Carty, who got his maiden one international 100 in his last ODI, 128 not out in Barbados, got 71 game before that. So coming off an excellent series against England, we'll be hoping to build and enhance that average, which is now above 40. Good over from Tanzim. Good spell thus far. 27 for 1.
Brandon King dismissed for 9. breakthrough for Bangladesh. Got some depth in their batting lineup, so they'll believe that they can overhaul this target. Pivotal game, game one. You want to get off to a winning start. Put the pressure on the opposition. Rana continues. Huge shout, beaten for pace, finger goes up. Success again in consecutive overs. There'll be a discussion, no doubt, from Evan Lewis and Casey Carty. Just wonder if he will take the review. Time running down. He opts not to. So back-to-back wickets for Bangladesh. High pace from this young man. Just trapping Evan Lewis. That is adjacent. Crashing into the stumps. He has to go. It's been a painstaking innings from Lewis. 27 for 2. Shea Hope, West Indies skipper, makes his way out to the middle. 17 centuries for this man and a lot of responsibility now with his team in a spot of bother. High pace and on target. That's a lethal combination from Rana. Both opening batters now back in the sheds. It was the culmination of sustained pressure on the wicket of Brandon King. Might have kept a touch low, but again 9 from 17 and feeling the need to score. Success for persistence. He has to make the adjustment now to the right-hander. That was errant. Alongside me, Marley Richards. Good afternoon, Marley. How are you?
Good afternoon, Samuel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm good, thank you. It's been a rough week, but I'm recovered well. So have Bangladesh here, Nahid Rana. Put in a lot of hard work in that second test. Looks well rested. And on that delivery, 150 Ks to Lewis, just trapping him on the crease. What can he find here again? This one's down to that third-man boundary, wide third-man boundary by Hope. So just using the pace of Rana on this occasion. He's bowling to the class batsman of the West Indies here. Margin for error, very small. Good batting from the West Indies captain.
Yeah, and against this opposition, he averages over 70, Shea Hope. So it's one of his favorite oppositions. Gets off the mark in a confident manner. Slip on a gully though, in weight. Yeah, we were impressed in that test match, not only by his pace, Marley, but also by his control and his consistency. And we spoke about the natural length that he has, which is a good hard length in that 6 to 8 meter band. Rarely does he go too full. And when he wants to go short, he can dig it in, which are all very impressive tenets for a man who's now in the infancy of his international career. And he can only get better. Only his second ODI, remember. Another shout. stifled.
Well over 140 Ks again. Yeah, Samuel, his control has been exemplary. Just there, honing in on that middle and leg again. Maybe just an inside edge from the West Indies skipper. Yeah, but his control has been exemplary. For a young tearaway, as we said, in the infancy of his career, he's shown good skill.
For 300s rather, for Shai Hope against this opposition. Also has 3 against India. So he has good memories in the bank, which he will rely upon. He knows it's a pretty good pitch as well. So generally he tries to bat deep the majority of the overs, whilst the others around him do their thing. But in this particular context, with that target score of 295, he has to go at a decent enough click. Lots of time left, though. Needs to get set firstly. Kati yet to get off the mark. Successful over. 9 gone, 33 for 2. Strong wind blowing across the venue here. Something that everyone has to bear in mind. Sometimes it's quite strong gale force. Tasking from the Lozak road end. And this should be at least 2.
Just feels like Bangladesh have been more in control here in, what, just 5 deliveries remaining in first power play. West Indies 35 for 2. You remember Bangladesh were 58 for 2. But Taskin, yeah, just hasn't released the pressure on too many occasions.
It seems as though he was rushed on that shot too. Yeah, talking about that control, Mali, what we saw from the West Indies in the first 5 overs of their bowling innings was that they were a little bit loose. And in my mind, they gave away some easy boundaries. Didn't see that from Bangladesh when they bowled. Not so far anyway. Have a look at their pitch map and what they did in the first 5 of the West Indies. You can see a spread. And they were bowling to 2 left-handed batters, 12% in that slot area. As you compare to Bangladesh, who are bowling to a right-left combination, and you can see that tight line attacking the stumps and really giving any bit of width on either side. So it just shows their control in that band. Good awareness from Shai Hope to pinch an additional run there. Wide signal, so that's 2 to the total. And because of that pressure, Mali, the wickets came eventually because run scoring was not easy. A little bit of a fumble there allowed Shai Hope to pinch one.
Yeah, the 2 left-handers for Bangladesh, opening batters in particular, look to go down the ground. We saw Tanzim go down the ground to use his feet, access the short boundary straight. Good batting this from the West Indies skipper. Just lent on that one through extra cover. Not quite there for the drive, but good head positioning. His second boundary. And Shea Hope's away.
Yeah, good start for the West Indies captain. We were just praising them about the length that they were operating from. Just over pitching on that occasion. They've adapted well generally. We need to ensure that they can do that for a long time. Finishing the power play quite strongly, the West Indies. Not too happy with the bat. Shea Hope, you stroke that one for 4, good timing, and then you change the bat, Mali. The modern batters.
Sure, he has at least 4 or 5 in the stash. That one was timed sweetly. Nothing wrong with the middle. Probably just a little crack or something down at the bottom for skipper Hope. But just to speak about the lengths, we saw in that graphic, Bangladesh, just a few in the slot. I think the West Indies probably missed out on a few of those deliveries in the slot. Evan Lewis looking to hit the ball a bit too hard, losing his shape at times. Shea Hope there just lent on that one, presenting a full face, and on this outfield you get full value.
Yeah, good adjustment from Taskin, just pulling back the length slightly. And look at those young men, excited, no doubt. Their West Indies branded T-shirts, flying the flags. Everyone there in good spirits, nice to see. Nine runs from that over. The final of power play 1, 42 for 2. .42 compared to 58. The difference at a similar stage in the innings. Nahid Rana continues from the pavilion end. Hitting the bat quite hard, high up on the bat as well. That's reflecting then on the power play. King and Evan Lewis. King got up to a mark with a nice shot through the offside. Evan Lewis maybe a little bit fortunate there. And then because of some pressure building up, Tanzit got the wicket. And then in the next over, Rana gets one of his own. A lot of work to do for this West Indian batting lineup. The good thing though from a West Indian standpoint, Mali, is that both these batters got centuries fairly recently. So they'll be confident and they have a lot of time.
Very good batting conditions here still at the Warner Park. And as you said, 2 new batters at the crease, just 11 deliveries for Hope, 4 for Carty. Just need to bat time here. Soak up a bit of pressure. Bangladesh on top. Their talisman, Rana, with ball in hand, tail up. Consistently hitting above 140, 145 Ks. We've seen him get up to 150 as well. Pace off. So just mixing it up as well. As you said, very young into his career, but seems to have a very wise head on his shoulders.
Yeah, slower delivery as well and on target. So he's showing good skill. Not only with pace and control, but his variations as well. Quite quick when the ball goes down in that direction. 11 consecutive wins for Bangladesh. This would be a historic chase for the West Indies, the highest successful chase if they manage it. So history against them. They've seen a few matches here, no doubt, over the years.
Yeah, man.
2007 World Cup matches were played here at this facility. Played its first match in 2006, so it's been a long time. Let's continue the revelry. Good with the fielding. No run. 45 for 2.
Saved at least a couple there. Mahedi Miraz leading from the front. And that's exactly what you would want as a bowler in Nahid Rana. Your fielders supporting you, putting their bodies on the line. Bangladesh, a very confident unit against the West Indies. They're bubbling around, they're running around in the field, showing the right intensity as well. We saw it when they were batting, running between the wickets, pushing hard. Tanzim and Nahid, the wicket takers so far. Tasking to continue from the Lozak Road end.
Yeah, they would have gleaned some information from the first innings, Mali, as to how to operate at this venue, given the strong wind generally. And as we go deeper into the innings, and you'll see the spinners as well, the line that they bowl, trying to stay away from the western side because that's with the wind. And when you're bowling from the end that Taskin is bowling, you want to bowl a straight line. And then, as I mentioned, you go deeper on and you switch ends, you want to go outside off stump. We saw the West Indians employ that in the back end of their innings. Maybe a little bit too late for my liking. But so much knowledge and information you can gather along the way. You'll plan, you'll sit, you'll discuss. But oftentimes you have to make on-the-spot decisions.
I think that was a slightly disappointing thing from a West Indian perspective. Just didn't really come to grips with the conditions early enough for me. Back to when Miraz was in, he was playing a lot behind square. The majority of his runs coming down in that backward point and third man region. Took the West Indies a little too long to try and block up that area, force him to do something different. We see the band, the Makajumbi them, jumping, having a good time out here. Nice atmosphere building at Warner Park.
And maybe another couple overs of the fast bowlers before we see the introduction of the spinners. Masquerade characters. Must have a lot of energy. That sun is something else. We're in the commentary box and it's still quite hot.
Warming up for the carnival season.
have a inside edge. Nice and serene. Two runs from that over, 47 for 2. Not a bad spot to be. Out in the ocean, or here in St. Kitts. Rishad Hussain, the leg spinner, into the attack. He's bowling from the pavilion end, which can be a little bit tricky for him. It'll be interesting to see the length with he operates. If he goes too full, he runs the risk of being hit straight back over his head. And also, if he's too short, the right-handers are hitting leg side with the wind. So he has to be on target here, usually quick through the air. It'll be interesting to see, too, what sort of assistance he gets from the surface Mali.
Yes, saw especially in Moti's spell in that first innings, his 10 overs. Didn't get too much turn and bounce. He was a little quick for me with his pace. But Rishad here, quite tall. Haven't seen too many leg spinners for Bangladesh over the years. Just there. 87 Ks on that one. Slightly tossed up. Casey Carty just not showing that positive footwork to get out to that one.
Yeah, finger spinners are ubiquitous in Bangladesh. You find them in every team, and a couple of them as well. Wrist spinners, though, have been few and far between. Not only there, if you look at the West Indies too, Mali, it's a similar sort of story. And that is something I want to see, how they rotate the strike against the wrist spinner. It has been a problem that has been plaguing the West Indies for a long time, their rotation of strike against the spinners through the middle overs. And a few quiet overs can just build that pressure, especially with a target score of 295. So this is going to be an interesting passage of play. One of the things Rishad himself has said is the lack of opportunities in Bangladesh as a wrist spinner. Teams generally err on the side of conservatism and go with the finger spinner who can bowl tight and tidily, as compared to the more attacking option who might leak a few more runs. 50 for 2. Official warning, we've been told, in terms of timing. 60 seconds in between overs to get ready for the next one. So that's a count up to 60. And they're ready to go with 10 seconds remaining. Nadrana quietly switches ends, Mali, but it's a rule that has been implemented just to speed up the game a little bit, the stop clock, to give the fielders a certain time to get through, to move across. Starts off with a slow ball, so we're seeing some really good skill on show from this young man.
What's been interesting to note on a few of these slower deliveries, he's not bowling cutters, is he? He's bowling almost seam up or scrambled seam slower balls.
And he's made the adjustment from one end to the other quite seamlessly. So, again, just continues to impress with his skill level at such a young age, a young stage in his career.
Yeah, and his match awareness. His match awareness has really jumped out to me here. As we said, just bowling slower deliveries in different varieties. Then he goes for the searing pace. It's gone slow there again. Looks like pace off. That one was a cutter into the pitch. 124 Ks on that one. Back of a length, hard length, pace off. Keeping these West Indian batters off balance here. Good stuff.
A real deception from Nadrana. Good stop. Still come through for a single. So a couple of slow deliveries and then looking to go fast and full. One of the things we saw from Romario Shepherd, particularly in that final over, was a lot of slower ball bouncers, asking the batters to pull into the wind if they so desire. Got a wicket with one of those. So the little vagaries and planning from end to end. Very strong through that region, Shea Hope.
He's key in this situation, Shea Hope. As you said, we saw his record, 1700s. Averaging 50 in ODI cricket. So the West Indies go as far as Shea Hope takes them. Especially in this innings, he's already gotten off to 20 from 22. He's made a solid start. He's going to have to bat the majority of this innings.
Pacey delivery to end, 14 gone, 54 for 2.
Sleep like me.
Just a single. West Indies trying to get a partnership built, 28 of 38 so far between Karti, who is 5 from 14, and Hope 20 from 23. Shea Hope with this reputation built on solid ground of being a proficient player against slow bowling. In particular, Curtly Ambrose will have to shoulder as much responsibility as possible.
And he has been very prolific in this format. Shea Hope, the skipper. So his team needs him to bat as deep as possible. They have already lost 2 wickets. There is some turn on offer for Richard, the leg spinner.
Not sure if Jakir Ali was going to his right, but it certainly peeled past him in a hurry.
Like he didn't pick it up. He was going to his right, saw it very late.
Eight off the over, 62 for 2. Bangladesh have been good with their discipline in that first power play. Their lines were very good. Control of length also very, very disciplined. Mehdi Hassan Miraz into the attack. It is a no ball, so there'll be a free hit for Casey Carty to try to line up with the short boundaries here at Warner Park. Might have been a fielding restriction. You see the man top left of your screen running into the circle, so a lapse in concentration from someone. Finds a gap nicely for a boundary.
Full toss. And was easily put away by Casey Carty. Good call, good running. And that is something that we don't see too often. Good running between the wickets. And that is so important. Once you keep the scoreboard ticking over, it put pressure on the bowlers. And that's exactly what Shea Hope, the skipper, and Casey Carty are doing.
চলো চলো ভাই ওভারে চেঞ্জটা খুব তাড়াতাড়ি করব
Ten overs of dot balls already out of 16, 70 for 2, the West Indies in pursuit of 295 to try to win the game, and time for the Blue Waters drinks break. West Indies are 70 for 2 after 16 overs. They've lost King and Lewis in pursuit of 295 to try to win the game. Great weather conditions here. Pope not out on 24, Carty on 15. Some impressive bowling in the power play, and just outside the first one by Bangladesh. Wicket to Tanzim, who got rid of Brandon King, and Nahid Rana, who beat Evan Lewis for pace. Sir Curtly Ambrose alongside me have a reflection on the 2 wickets.
A wild swipe really from Brandon King caused his demise. He reviewed it, but was adjudged LBW. He was given out initially, so decision stands. And Evan Lewis was late on the stroke from the extra pace of Rana and was adjudged LBW. Didn't review it, thought about it, but it was gone for all money.
Confirmation of Mehedi's half-century, Tanzid as well at the top of the order, as well as Mahmudullah. West Indies need a couple of their batters to step up. Roston Chase, Shofin Rutherford, Justin Graves, all available to come. Romario Shepherd. You're hoping you hit the gap for at least one with that half volley from Shehope.
I have been saying this for years, Bish, and I will continue to say so until I see improvement. We are allowing too many dot balls. That is a big problem. If we can't get the boundaries, we struggle to get ones and twos. This is over number 17 and already 66 dot balls. That's 11 overs out of 17, basically. That's way too many. Something must be done about these dot balls.
ভালো রিশাদ ভালো রিশাদ
Good length from Rashad Hussain. He's a tall man by any standards. Maybe not a big spinner of the ball, but pulls a nice length. Just one off the over, 71 for 2.
আপনি কামারে আসেন রিয়াদ ভাই ওরে খালি দেন আপনি স্কোয়ার লেগ দাও এই মিডিল করে আপনি বাইরে যান তার আগে বাসে স্কোয়ার লেগ দাও রিশাদ স্কোয়ার লেগ দাও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা সরি ঠিক আছে আপনি একটু সোজা হন বেশি না
Difference of 25 runs between the teams at this point. Add another dot.
Very good, Mirche. Ay, catch. Ball, Miraj. Ball, Miraj.
The pressure is really mounting on both Casey Carty and Shehope, the skipper. The more dot balls means more pressure because they're not scoring. Required rate is almost 7. That's good running. But you need to see a lot more of those.
সামনে থাকি আফি একটু সামনে থাকিস এই সব মিরাজ
Just a reminder of the importance and the significance of each series the West Indies play. They're at 10th in the rankings right now. Bangladesh are 9th. And the two host nations and the top 8 teams will qualify as of right for the 2027 World Cup.
মার
75 for 2. Top 10 West Indies confirmed at 10th right now. Host nations will be South Africa and Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe are 12th right now. And Namibia, but they don't qualify automatically in Namibia. So more than likely Zimbabwe and the top 9 nations. So a real toggle here between the West Indies and Bangladesh. Every game up until the cutoff point is important. 6 of them. The first one of the innings hit with the wind by Shehope.
Just a little bit on the shorter side from Richard. And Shehope had enough time to get into position and clobbered it high and hard over mid-wicket for 6. That should ease a little bit of the pressure.
What happens with the rest of the over now? To me, that's the key. It's okay hitting a boundary, but what happens to the rest of the over? Can you continue ticking it over or find other boundaries? .90-meter hit by Shea Hope. Full house. Mentioned this morning, we saw a young leg spinner. He hasn't had a great under-19 Asia Cup. Debashish, I thought he spun the ball, he looked good. And of course, Bangladesh have been on the hunt for wrist spinners across the different formats for a few years now. Even a couple of coaches had to be reprimanded back in Bangladesh for not playing the wrist spinners in their domestic franchise teams. So Rishad Hussain is the man on duty now, but I really liked what I saw of Debashish this morning. Because you want the wrist spinner who is able to spin it in both directions. 85 for 2. Nothing I like about Bangladesh when we saw them in the 2020 World Cup, where we've seen from this senior team at times, historically really, is they don't back down. They're not timid. They're in your face whether you're a top nation or not. And it's come through the under-19s into the senior team. Or reverse.
Spectators are in. By no means a full house, but it's good to see the spectators in. Side screen is yet to be changed, so that is a bit of a hold up. You can see that big CG United sign in blue and white. Now it's gone, so play will resume. Some guys, batters in particular, Bishop, are very particular about people moving behind the side screen and all that stuff. I can tell you something. That never really bothers me. I couldn't see that far.
Good ball, Miraj.
All I could see is that bowler running in. I have to make sure I try to defend myself. You could walk behind the side screen, in front of the side screen, I beg your pardon. You could stand there for all I care. Didn't bother me.
That's why you and I batted where we did. By average what we did.
Good ball, Miraj. One more dot, Miraj.
Here the keeper saying one more dot, one more dot. And he gets the one more dot.
Certainly not good going for the West Indians at the moment. 74 dot balls. Way too many. Sorry, make that 75.
20 overs gone, 87 for 2. $87 for 2 after 20 overs. At a similar stage, Bangladesh were 114 for 2. Nahid Rana back into the attack from the end in which he got Evan Lewis. Mid-off and mid-on in position. The express fast bowler has value across formats. And we heard Phil Simmons, the coach, talk about Nahid Rana in respect to white ball cricket after the test match in Jamaica. He says he wants him to get a T20 international under his belt as well. He can come in and be used as an enforcer, but he's still so very accurate and skillful with pace off. That is placement of the highest order, using the extra pace of Shai Hope.
Beautifully played. We know how strong he is. Flew the offside. Shai Hope. And that's what he did. All timing. Using the pace of Nahid Rana. And that sped away to the boundary.
Not sure how many genuine bouncers they bowled to Shai Hope yet. There is that change up. When he goes from 144.3 down to 120 odd with such ease and deception.
Hardly any change in his action. Just the way he holds the ball and delivered. There it goes again. When you're bowling at that pace, 145 clicks, and then you bowl a slow delivery, more often than not, if you guess it right, it could deceive the batter. This is just his second ODI. He's showing good signs of skills.
Very much so, 93 for 2. Rishad Hussain, who switched ends to the Lozak Road end. Strategizing this theoretically for Shai Hope and Casey Carty. You want to be able to get up to about 150 at a minimum by over number 30. They'll be hoping not to have this partnership broken. That's a hope. Bangladesh will have something to say about that. And a lot of teams on good conditions, which these are, will say we can double what we scored 30 overs by the end of 50 if we have wickets in hand. If all of this is just theory. Very good from Rashad Hussain. Excellent length.
It's gone past 7 runs per over required now. So he's going in the wrong direction in terms of West Indies.
Easily done. A little bit of a giveaway, and the partnership is broken. Rashad Hussain has only his 2nd wicket in one-day internationals, but an effective and important one.
Soft dismissal from Casey Carty. The pressure was taking its toll on him. Struggled to get any sort of rhythm in his batting. Hit a bit high on the bat and a gentle lob to a short mid-wicket. He's gone for 21. West Indies 94 for 3.
Shofane Rutherford. And a lot of these West Indian players have been playing cricket of some kind, whether it's T10 or T20 or Test cricket. So they haven't been short of work.
This is the reason why Rutherford is at the crease. Dismissal of Casey Carty. Easy catch by Mahedi, a short mid-wicket. They don't come any easier.
In ahead of Ruston Chase. He'll be hoping the left-right combination and his power is able to ask questions of the Bangladeshi bowling, the very good Bangladeshi bowling. Very good again from Rashad Hussain. 94 for 3. Spin the ball massively, but accuracy from a very high action will continue to be his calling card.
Rana has been impressive. Just the score comparison, Bangladesh ahead, both in terms of runs and also ahead in terms of wickets lost, meaning that they lost a wicket less. And this really has been impressive stuff from Bangladesh. Firstly with the bat, the way they went about and constructed that innings. And then with the ball, you can see clear planning from their standpoint, how they've utilized their bowling resources. They aren't any chickens with the bat or the ball. They've proven that. Around the wicket to Shufin Rutherford. Beaten for pace again. Shufin Rutherford, though, has been in sublime form. Just caught at the crease here. This is what the extra pace can do. And then the other thing that's a little bit unique here is the shadows stretching across the pitch, as you can see there, from the light towers. And the ball goes from light to dark. And the batter has to make that adjustment. And at high pace, it's not easy. Like that. That was rapid. Good evening, Atta. How are you?
Evening, Sam. Evening, all. Your concussion protocol. Smack on the helmet. 143 clicks there. Too late. Just too late on that shot. And you spoke about the pace that Nahid Rana bowls. And you can see that he's already makes a huge difference. We saw that in the test matches, even though he only played one test. And also here so far. So he's already got a wicket to his name, Nahid Rana.
And they'll go through that test just to make sure he's okay. But we're here in St. Kitts, the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, the music festival, part of the calendar, been in existence since 1996. June 26th to 28th, lots of famous artists have graced these stages. Entertainment, food, fashion, culture, music, everything. Log on to the website and get more information. A little part of paradise. This is St. Kitts with all of its natural beauty. Seas, sun and sand. Let's look at that picturesque view. Really idyllic. The mountains in the background due to the volcanic activity. And then the waters. Really welcoming. Rana continues. Should go to the boundary. Down there is quite quick, quite rapid. Gets off the mark with a 4.
A good reply from Chef and Rutherford. Got on top of it. That's a really good cut shot. Powerful one.
Yeah, just speaking about his form in that series prior to this one against Sri Lanka, he had 3 consecutive half centuries. And then in his next inning against England scored another, so 4 half centuries in succession. 100 up for the West Indies, 100 for 3. .294, 3 half centuries there for Bangladesh. Zakir Ali almost adding. And look at that from this man, Rashad Hussain. He's worked a lot with Mushtaq Ahmed, former Pakistan leg spinner, just trying to hone his craft. Googly there, looking at working on his trajectory and his speed. And he's been quite impressive since his debut at it's something that we don't really see the wrist spinners in Bangladesh, but this man would certainly, by his performances, influence quite a few in the country back home.
Oh, yes, definitely. 100%. And I'm also wondering, nearly chipped back to the bowler, I'm also wondering whether the selectors would be keeping an eye on him to give him an opportunity in the longest format also. Because it makes such a huge difference if you have a wrist spinner. Just keep an eye on that run rate, required run rate now. Again, dots. That's been dots up one after another. The required run rate has just gone up, shot up beyond 7, almost 7.5. So it will certainly put a bit of a pressure on this pair.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit earlier about the reluctance to play the wrist spinners in domestic cricket back in Bangladesh because of their sometimes expensive nature. And teams prioritizing winning more than anything else. Good over though, just a single coming from it, 101 for 3. Yeah, nice little banter there. Home fans and Bangladesh fans. Yeah, who's going to prevail? That would be the question that will be answered not too long from now. The Tiger is on top. The Dominica national flag there, and these fans having a grand old time. It's really nice to see the spirit. It has been a wonderful spirit on and off the field. We saw a lot of antics in the test match, but this one certainly has a lot of fun. Tanzim replaces Nahid from the pavilion end after that 294, that batting performance. How would you sum that up?
I think very good, right from the word go, because if you look at what the top order did with the bat, Tanzim Hassan Saqib in his 5th over, very economical, picked up a wicket and just given him 9 runs. And to be able to go and end up scoring 294, I think it's a good effort, really good effort. We mentioned earlier that this kind of total has never been chased at this venue. And it's not only the batting department, it's also the bowling department it has been very impressive throughout the test matches and even now on a really good batting surface.
The call is for 2. 2 it is. It really is some high quality bowling that we've seen, fast bowling in particular from Bangladesh. Their consistency, their areas, they've shown some variations as well. They haven't made it easy. The West Indians have had to work really hard for their runs. Taskin with 5 overs, Tanzim now into his 5th, and Nahid with his high quality pace bowling. And then they're backed up by the spinners, so it's a really balanced bowling attack.
And if some of Bangladesh batters can play with some consistency, to have that sort of total every time they go on to bat, no matter who their opposition is, then game on for Bangladesh, because we've seen the variety, we've seen the quality of bowlers. Some really good seamers, high quality off spinner, and now you have someone like Rishad. And that's what they need to do, West Indies. Look to rotate strike. They have struggled to do that. That's the reason why the run rate is still up there. Required run rate nearing now 8 in an over from here on.
Yeah, a couple other options with the ball Afif there and Mamadullah as well, if needed by Mehdi. So lots of bowling choices to be made. That's in the air and goes fine enough. So using the pace, Shurfin Rutherford, half the innings over in terms of overs, 109 for 3. Yeah, still has some catching up to do, that yellow worm of the West Indies. Bangladesh had a fairly decent end to their innings. Rishad continues. Yeah, good feeling of his own bowling. Not easy for the spinners to be bowling through the middle overs with the restrictions. So he has just the square leg on the boundary. So there's a big gap between square leg and long on. If Shea Hope wants to take on something that's short, yeah, but that's the desperation. Every run counts.
Yeah, he's been very good also, Rishad Hussain. He likes to attack the stumps and he's not afraid to toss it up to the batter. That's a little bit of a purchase for him, but he's pretty accurate. Again. Encouragement from behind the stump. Litun Kumar Das goes, "You beauty."
Another dot delivery. That's continuing to build the pressure. 97 dots now in the innings for the West Indies. That should challenge the boundary fielder there. Gets him a couple. Looks more at ease from that end, Rishad. When he started from that end, a little bit outside off stump, but he has since adjusted the line to bowl stump to stump. And again, 3 runs from that over. 26 overs gone, 112 for 3. Yeah, beads of perspiration.
There you go, Bangladesh.
They're enjoying it. All smiles, most of them. Quick single, another half century for the West Indies captain, really enjoys batting against this opposition. We've seen him raise his bat so many times, but he'll understand that there's a lot more work to be done. Yeah, just an acknowledgement there. But you can see how subdued it is, knowing that his team still needs him, and needs him in a significant way.
Another very good innings from him. Look at what he does in this format of the game. More than 5,000 runs, and look at that average. Wow, 50. I think that's why it is more important, because it's been a struggle for the West Indies batter to continue and bat for a longer period of time. But the skipper, Shai Hope, stands out. He's trying to lead from the front. He's picked up his 5th one-day international 50 against Bangladesh. But he would need some support from the others.
And speaking of the others, one of the others who is out there is this man, Sherfin Rutherford. In the 7 one-day international innings that he's played to date, he's had scores of 6 and 63 and 3 against England last year. He missed the Australia series earlier this year, and then against Sri Lanka, 74 not out, 80, 50 not out, and then he had a 54 against England not too long ago. So 5 50s in 7 one-day international innings. Against England, I mentioned that 54 in the 2nd ODI. He was very good hitting down the ground, square of the wicket, in just 36 deliveries. Very strong over extra cover. They'll need something like this from him to get close to this total, or even to overhaul it. $115 for 3. They need to be hydrated. It's quite hot out there, lots of perspiration. So they need to replace and replenish this partnership. Just getting going, 21 from 32, change in bowling from the Lozak Road end. Captain replaces Rishad Hussain. Yeah, his first spell, 4 overs, none for 22, but when he changed ends, 3 overs, 1 for 5. And you mention it about him targeting the stumps. Look at that line. A really good conglomeration of deliveries, asking the batters to score off the stumps more often than not. 23% short, so he'll just have to work a little bit on that. But good line.
Tight ball korish, tight ball korish.
Middle shit. Ball and change, right arm over.
Yeah, the challenge of the off spin now for the left-handed Sherfin Rutherford. I'd be interested to see if he stays over the wicket or if he goes round. Off spinners generally tend to go round the wicket for the left-handers. Yeah, he does that, and the wind will aid him in getting that ball to drift into Sherfin Rutherford.
Just by the look of the things, it looks like that especially Rutherford is looking to pick up boundaries That's gone past the fielder, Rishad Hussain. The skipper not happy. They put themselves in a position where they feel that if you start bowling dot deliveries, it will just increase the pressure a little bit more for the batters to take some gamble.
Down the ground. Just one bounce, well fielded. So if it's close enough to Shea Hope, he will look to take it on. As the sun sets towards the west, that will be facing the fielders on the offside for the left-handed Rutherford. And that sunglasses becomes important. So especially if you're in that backward point region where you're looking straight into the sun, look at the shades, though, is on top of the cap. Might be better served if he has it on. A little bit of a misfield should get them another. Yes, it does. So a little bit untidy in the field in this over.
He played it nicely. He played it a little bit late and went fine. It's a bit of a touch on the fingers. I should have stopped that one. Sloppy. Sloppy from Tanzeen Hassan Saqib.
ঠিক আছে তুই বাউন্ডারি ছাড়া আবার শেষ করিস
Over. 120 for 3.
A little bit quicker. Could have been on the front foot, just trying to open the face again to target that area towards third.
Tasking now from the pavilion end. A fifth one-day international half-century for Shea Hope against Bangladesh. One of his favoured opponents, started off in quite confident manner. He's done this so many times over the course of his career, really. Carrying the West Indies batting literally on his shoulders. Just the 5 bowlers used by Bangladesh so far.
Yeah, he has to get 100 from here on. 5 bowlers used so far. Taskin in his 6th over. Tanzim has been economical. Knight 1 for 29, 7 overs for Rishad Hussain. He's gone for only 27 and has also picked up a wicket. It's been pretty good. Shown the right kind of discipline to ensure that they don't allow the West Indies batters to score freely. Again, straight to the fielder. It's just been difficult for them to pick up the gaps. And you got to give credit to the bowler because it's been happening from a very long time. Dots 105 now in this innings.
Yeah, they don't want to leave too much to do at the back end in that final power play. They have some power hitters, some boundary hitters, and it's a small ground, yes, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you're within touching distance because it can go pear-shaped quite quickly.
For the very first time, the required run rate has gone above 8 runs in an over.
So we've spoken about the boundary dimensions and how easy it is to hit sixes and fours here, generally speaking. But the Bangladesh bowlers have shown great discipline and skill. So it's not going to be an easy proposition for those yet to come.
That's one of the reasons why it's important for the skipper, Shai Hope, to be there till the very end.
Finding the fielder yet again.
Oh, 23 deliveries since the last boundary.
Happy birthday, wifey. Thank you for all the love and
All of a sudden, the boundaries have dried down.
I thought you were going to say something about 12-0 there, Arthur. Tired of that. Quick single, direct hit. Good running as well. A little bit of desperation being shown now by the West Indies. 122 for 3. Yeah, as soon as he hit the ball, he was on the move. Shufin Rutherford got there quite comfortably in the end.
Bangladesh ahead of where the West Indies are at this stage. Similar wickets lost. They did get 80 off the last 10. Mahedi. Mahedi's a good option to Rutherford. He's had his difficulties against off spin. Pressure building onto the West Indies. 19 runs from the last 5 overs. Mali Richards alongside. Good day.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Hope's record against Bangladesh, a very good one indeed. 300s, 550s, average of 75.
Attack from Shai Hope, a release of pressure.
Exactly what the doctor would have ordered here. Skipper leading from the front. Taking the attack to his opposite number in Mirage, just tossed up, advancing. Something we haven't seen too much of from these West Indian batters, just using the feet.
Hasn't been his most fluent innings, Shai Hope, in terms of his precision and strike rotation. But still there and still has an important job to do. 130 for 3. All 3 Bangladesh seamers have bowled 6 overs each. Good way to end the last over. 92 meters 6. This tracker tells us. About it. Only the 5 bowling options used so far in the innings. Each bowler has done well to this point.
It's been a fabulous all-round bowling effort from Bangladesh. They bowl fantastically in partnerships. Every time they've given away a boundary ball as well, they've readjusted and come back really well. They've fielded superbly. They've put their bodies on the line, seen them diving around, trying to save runs here and there, just showing intensity in the right areas. So far, it's been all Bangladesh here.
I think one of the reflections from this innings will be the continuous need for improvement in the strike rotation in the middle overs. Is something that West Indies coaching staff have paid a lot of attention to. They've improved drastically in the middle overs this year. 6 and over against Sri Lanka, 6 and over against England. We always, though, were looking at this challenge with a Bangladesh team that have quality spin and seeing how they would react. So they continue to work on it. I suppose 109 dots in 30.2 overs, Mali, is something they feel they could improve on.
Definitely, that's far too many at this stage of the innings. Just 30.2 overs. Bangladesh 155 dots in all. So the West Indies, just that rotation of strike, especially against the spinners in the middle overs, has proven to be quite a difficult task. Tasking back here for yet another spell.
Shea Hope, he raised the grip rubber on his bat. I don't know if there's a problem with his bat. It's been working quite nicely, those couple of sixes. Hit high up on the bat, that last delivery. And Bangladesh has been favorable opposition for him. Back-to-back hundreds against this team back in 2018. And got another one following year in Dublin. Rutherford, there's the batting coach of the West Indies. A lot of his runs, though, Shea Hope, against Bangladesh have come away from home. Just his second 50 against them in 7 innings. His first one right here at Warner Park. That game which Bangladesh clinched the series in 2018.
It's been a long time since the West Indies have actually tasted victory against this opposition. If I'm not mistaken, it goes all the way back to December 2018. 11 losses in a row. It'll be something that they'll be hoping to change here. So far, this required run rate keeps climbing. Started at just below 6. It's now at 8.36. Which tells you how well Bangladesh would have bowled.
And something that Floyd Rutherford himself has mentioned, Mali, is when his batting lineup is in favorable positions where they've got wickets in hand, on good batting surfaces, the intensity with which the West Indies have shown in the last 10 to potentially do it a bit earlier. So now with 19 overs after this one left, can they almost go into not necessarily T20 mode, but have a similar intensity with the required run rate at 8 and over? You don't want to leave too much to do in that last 10. As much power as you have, but also this Bangladesh bowling attack have been outstanding in power play 3 this year.
It just comes back to that rotation of strike once again, Nikhil. Just struggling to maneuver the ball into the gaps here. Bangladesh have been good. That length in particular from the fast bowlers, not allowing the West Indian batters to just play through the line. They've analysed the conditions well, and they've executed.
Nice from Rutherford again through that offside. Just 4 from Taskins over his bowler. A good spell today, 1-3-4 for 3.
There was a period in that Bangladesh innings as well where they found run scoring quite difficult, Nikhil. West Indies were good, the lengths and lines, fields were set quite well as well.
A change in approach last couple of overs could be a sign of what's to come.
Yeah, we're getting an inclination here from Rutherford, looking to go down the ground, targeting these shorter boundaries at the Warner Park Stadium. Not quite out the middle of the bat, but good enough. One bounce into the boundary. And that's the batting there. Good batting from Rutherford, just using the depth of the crease to get back and just plunk that for 1. As you said, Nikhil, you wanted to see this kind of batting maybe 10, 15 overs earlier. So when Bangladesh were batting, as I said, it was a tough period, but they hung in. West Indies probably took them a bit long to work out what areas to bowl to Mehedi Miraz. All these areas, the match awareness just coming back to haunt them slightly.
Seven and over from here on, and the next 8 after this will mean 98 to get off the last 10. May have got a hand to that.
And that's what happens when you get this far behind. You've got to start taking risks. And there, Shea Hope just dancing down the wicket. Didn't quite go to hand. There's a bit of a half chance. I think he got something on that one.
Good ball.
Have a look at this again. Inner half of the bat, looking to go down the ground. Took the inner half. Good shot this. Short boundary straight. Takes a maximum for Rutherford. So pressure on Mehedi.
146 for 3. Another straight hit from Rutherford. Intensity is raised in the last 3 overs or so. Partnership is up to 52 after this last blow from Rutherford.
good batting. A player in very good form. It's quite strong against spin, as we see that one from the Apex shot tracker. How far was that? 87 meters. The biggest we've seen today, I think, was 92. It's going to be tasking to continue from the pavilion end. Yet to pick up a wicket. It's been very economical. We'd love to see the back of Hope here.
Similarly to the first innings, where when Shea Hope went back to Azari Joseph to break the partnership, it worked. When can they go back to Nahid Rana? He's got 4 overs left. So I'm trouble Rutherford with the short ball. Shea Hope has had his challenges against the short ball as well. So even if they want to have him for the back end, can they give him a 2-over burst now until the maybe 40th over? Up until then.
We'll be looking to sneak him in. I was a little surprised by the line of attack, actually, to Shea Hope early in his innings. Had his issues against the short ball. Bangladesh haven't really caused him that much trouble so far here today.
High class and power from Rutherford.
In the slot from Taskin, maybe just starting to tire slightly here. Long half volley outside the off stump. Just had to play through the line by Rutherford. Good hands once again. Not the biggest of strides, but just had to beat the infield. And that raced away.
17 runs off his last 8 deliveries. Another short ball that troubles him.
That's hit him on the helmet again. Yet another blow to the head for Shafeen Rutherford. Took a nasty one earlier from Nahid Rana. This one is a bit too quick through the shot.
Wells Rutherford gains some treatment and goes through the concussion protocols for a second time. We'll use this opportunity for a refreshment. Both teams with the game nicely poised. Blue Waters drink spray. .150 coming up with the last boundary, the partnership up to 57. Another half century for Shea Hope against Bangladesh. Rutherford has started well. Really has been a superb showing from this man in one-day international cricket. Shea Hope, even though today hasn't been the most fluent, he's still at the crease and he's had such an important part to play in successful run chases for this team. Tanzim, Nahid Rana, and Rishad Hossain all in the wickets. The economy very good from Rishad and Tanzim.
Brandon King just looking to pull at one that just kept a little low there. Skiddy from Tanzim. Pace from Nahid Rana, trapping Lewis on the crease. Short delivery, probably should have been deposited for 6 somewhere. Casey Carty missing out. Not having the best day in the field and with the bat. .144 needed off 105 for the West Indies to pick up their first win in 12 matches versus Bangladesh. Beautiful St. Kitts and Nevis. Lovely scenery here. Beautiful beaches. Fantastic sailing conditions. Lots to do. The adventure, hiking, tourism. Just a lot of culture indeed in this beautiful Twin Island state.
They have been cut. Sherpain Rutherford. Bit of razor was out. Bit of barbering from Dinis Bayam. Half the mustache is gone. Or half the beard, I should say. Things we do for this sport. Sacrifice.
It just seemed to get caught under the grill there, Sherpain Rutherford. Just on the chin. Bit of repairs for him. Looks non-bothered, not too bothered by that one though. He's made a good start in this innings, 34 from 35. Started slowly actually, but as his innings has progressed, he's looked more assured and in partnership with hope. The West Indies' chances lie, I think, in this partnership between the left-hander and right-hander. Still a fair bit of batting to come.
Second time in the innings that they've struck him in the helmet. Good short bowling, good line. That could potentially be a part of their tactics to him as they go forward in this series. Game beautifully poised. 8 and over required for the West Indies. 7 wickets in hand. Bangladesh will feel just as good about their chances. Another short ball. Doesn't carry.
Seems really uncomfortable with that ball up around head height. Almost seems to be catching Sherpain Rutherford unawares here. Look to be taking evasive action while still playing quite a tame hook shot. So we've seen the area in which he's been most uncomfortable. Can Bangladesh exploit it over and over here? It's going to be the right-handed hope on strike though.
Eddie continuing himself. Given that the left hand is still at the crease. Wants to save Tanzim Saqib's overs, mainly for the back end where he's bowled over half of his overs in ODI cricket. Expect Taskin could have a couple left, with Nahid Rana also having 4. Rashad, the leg spinner, has 3. change of pace there. Good variety in this over. The West Indies able to score 8 from it. 154 for 3. If there's anyone the West Indies want in a run chase, it's Shea Hope at the crease. Averaging 93 since he made his one-day international debut in matches that they've won chasing. 6 of his Test hundreds coming in chases that have been successful. His wicket will be the critical one for Bangladesh. Naid Rana into the attack. Does he go short to Rutherford? Deep fine leg and backward square in place.
Starts with a slowie. So once again, showing a very experienced head here, the young fast bowler. Bit of a leg cutter almost from Naid Rana, just showing some different skills here. When's the short one gonna come though?
Two pace-off deliveries to start the over.
His skill has been very impressive. The skill that he's put on show here in this ODI, not only in this ODI, but that second test in Jamaica. Different format of the game here, different mindset required. He's taken like a duck to water in this as well. What a talent this young man is for Bangladesh.
Good running to get back for the second. Yeah, and looked like he was holding it cross-seamed as he ran in. Looking for a bit of extra bounce, hitting high on the bat.
Maybe looking for a little extra skid as well. Holding that ball across seam, landing, hoping to land it maybe not on the seam, but just on the face of the ball. Just get a bit more skid, just there. 143 Ks is again, so doing well to just mix his paces up. Young Rana. Bowled is, what, just 2 deliveries away now from 7 overs, but he's bowled these overs in 3 spells. So Mahedi has just used them in sharp, short bursts.
Nice from Naid Rana, and yeah, just tried to bluff Rutherford before that last delivery. Spoke to both his fielders at deep fine leg, backward square. Rutherford may have been expecting the shorter one. It went full, and he was still able to adjust and play it well.
It's all in control for Bangladesh. They're allowing the West Indian batters to hit the ball in the areas that they want them to. Well set field on the offside, looking to hit into the wind. Can't afford to get too straight.
Gorgeous delivery. Naid can't believe that hasn't hit the edge. 160 for 3.
Yeah, P. Low on this game promises an exciting finish. What did that miss? Edge and the stump. Even he can't believe it. Still 7 wickets in hand, 135 from 96. 2 set batters, some exciting batters to come. Rishad. Yeah, that's the risk. If you bowl full, you can disappear on the stand. Good start to the over for Shea Hope. You can't afford to bowl that length here at Warner Park. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, young Badri. That was a mighty blow. Right in the arc. And Shea Hope, the skipper, is showing good form. He wasn't going to miss out. Much better delivery. Shea Hope had to really stretch for it. Could have easily hit it to extra cover. In the air.
A much better length. That 6 though had some distance in it. And over pitching and just hitting through the line of the delivery. Apex ball tracker suggests 93 meters. Right, what does Rutherford do now? Positive matchup for him. Does he bowl the googly Rishad? Yeah, required run rate still over 8 runs and over. West Indies have only hit 4 sixes so far in their innings. Bangladesh hit 10. But if Rutherford gets going, he can clear these boundaries quite easily. They've fortified the offside. A strong area for Rutherford. He just works it for 1.
Very good partnership so far from these two. Sheffield Rutherford and Shea Hope, the skipper. 74 from 79 deliveries and counting.
Good recovery in that over. 9 from it though. 169 for 3. It'll be interesting to see how that batting order evolves as we get closer to this target score and the completion of this innings. Does Shepherd get a promotion ahead of Chase and Graves? Rana continues. Yeah, this is the stage of the game when the excitement is ripe. Everyone glued on. It's been a game that hung in the balance throughout. No one really in the ascendancy for too long, so it's still even Stevens at the moment, slightly perhaps in favor of the West Indies with those 7 wickets in hand. Short ball, that's with the wind. This time Rutherford nails it for 6. He's been hit a couple of times. This time he does some hitting of his own.
And they are loving it. They are loving it. Short delivery. Didn't bounce as high as the previous 2 that struck him in the face. And once it's that height, it's always very dangerous. And Nahid Rana was dispatched over square leg for 6.
What a purple patch he's in though, Shofin Rutherford. 4 consecutive half centuries before this one, on the cusp of another. That slower delivery again. And it's very deceptive. It's not something you can pick easily. As a batter, you're expecting high pace. And it's not really a cutter. It's still a seam-up delivery. He just takes the pace off Nahid Rana. They are desperate for a wicket. From a West Indian standpoint, they'll want one or even both of these two to see them to the end. And that's what these guys might want. That's another good shot from Rutherford. A 6 before, now a 4. He's racing along. That's 50 for him. That's 5 consecutive half centuries for Shofin Rutherford. What a run of form.
Playing really well, giving great support to Shehok, the skipper. Short and wide, and he cashed in, Rutherford. He's soldiering on, having been struck twice, once very hard on the helmet, and a second time on his chin, because he's wearing that plaster. But he's soldiering on. May want to go and check, and he does.
Yeah, bat is grounded before the bails are off. I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, back in safely. Shehop 11 runs from that over though. Confirmation not out. 180 for 3. Rishad continues. And just like he started the previous over, he starts this one. Dispatched again by Shehop, targeting the side screen. Too full, too easy.
Struck it and struck it well. He's in good form, Shehop. He's taken a liking to Rishad Hussain. Nothing much in the game. Just a solitary run difference and a wicket difference. Game on.
Yeah, that's how good this partnership has been. For a long time, they were behind the game. But in the last 5 overs or so, where they've scored close to 50 runs, they're neck and neck with the opposition. Apex ball tracker again showing the distance of that last hit, 80 meters. So now that they've found themselves in a relatively comfortable position, they'll have to be sensible about it. You don't want a new batter to be coming out at this stage of the innings. And we know Shea Hope and his proclivity for converting once he's got to this stage of the innings. 17 ODI centuries for him. Partnership of 95, the highest of the game.
This partnership is so important for the West Indies' sake.
Yeah, that'll go away for 4. That's a really poor delivery from Rashad Hussain. And Rutherford wouldn't miss out.
The fans are loving it. Something to cheer about. Pressure on Bangladesh bowlers. There was a loose delivery way outside the leg stump. And all Rutherford had to do was to get back on it, which he did. Pressure.
.13 from that over, 37 gone, 190, 3 for 3. Now look at that partnership, 99, unbroken.
Close.
44 is Shea Hope's contribution in this partnership of 99.55 for Rutherford. And you see what putting the pressure back on the bowlers can do. You get some loose deliveries, some freebies. They've absorbed the pressure quite well throughout their innings. The last 3 overs have yielded some 33 runs. So West Indies now in a good position and exerting pressure back on Mahdi Hassan Miraz. He's back into the attack.
Desperately trying to break this partnership. It's been a good one.
In the air, into the wind. This should be taken. Is taken. Jackie Ali, the man with the catch. And you were just mentioning, Sir Kirtley, desperate for a wicket. And Shea Hope falls. A brilliant innings comes to an end. But success finally for Bangladesh.
I'm not so sure if that was warranted at the time. They were playing so well. Into the wind. He just held up. Couldn't get the distance. Easy catch by Jackie Ali. And Shea Hope, the skipper, is gone for a well-played 86. West Indies, 193 for 4.
New batter for the West Indies, Justin Graves, on the back of a sublime Super 50 Cup where he scored 3 running centuries, makes his return to the one-day international setup. And with still some work to be done, 102 needed. That's still a significant amount. Yeah, that should go for 4. It's a short, straight boundary here. Gets off the mark. Straight away, Justin Graves.
The fans are still loving it. Down to double digits now. A fine tickle. Down to fine leg for 4. Justin Graves. He's up and running.
Hello.
Yeah, just when the West Indies were in control and wresting the initiative, this happened. Short delivery, yes, but he didn't middle it. And if you don't middle it, hitting in that direction, that's always the risk that you're taking. And now, with that wicket, Bangladesh back in the game. Will take the new batter some time to get going. It was a short delivery, so he wanted to smack it out of the ground. Maybe the bounce, the extra bounce, getting the better of him on that occasion. A wicket in the over for the skipper. 198 for 4. Who's going to sail away with the first ODI? Well, we're getting closer to finding out. Identical, 198 plays 198 at this stage of the game. Now look at the passion, she's glued on. Turns him into the attack. And what he wants to do, Graves, is to try to get Rutherford on strike at every opportunity. In that way, he's not only rotating the strike, but he's getting the set batter there.
Still a long way to go for the West Indies. Still needing 97 runs. Officially through extra cover, but away from the fielder. Into the boundary ropes, it goes for 4. Justin Graves making his intentions very clear.
He's a tall man and he has good reach. This was not a half volley, it was hit on the up, but importantly in the gap. Just wide of the fielders, bisecting both of them. Yeah, the long off in position now. Look at that timing. He scored a century in the Test series. Justin Graves mentioned his form in the listed tournament. So he's high on confidence. Bowling options for Mehdi Hassan, though he's just used the 5 bowlers. He himself has 3 overs of off spin here at this venue. Rishad, his last couple overs expensive, he has 1. A bit of reverse there, secretly.
Beautifully bowled. Caught Justin Graves by surprise. Was probably looking for another length delivery. Very, very well bowled. It's creeping up to 5 o'clock in the evening near Young Badri, and you know, once it gets just past 5 at this time of the year, it gets a bit dark. So the lights are on.
High quality stuff. A couple really good Yorkers. 204 for 4. Right in the block hole. Not much the batter can do with that one. Those deliveries will be crucial. Quite mountainous. Yeah, a couple of crucial overs. This from Mehedi. Can he get these out of the way and pick up a wicket as he did in his previous over? Neck and neck, nothing in it. Helped away for 4. This is really good batting from Sherfin Rutherford. The control is very impressive.
Didn't try to hit it too hard. Basically paddles it around. And this is a small ground. Once it gets past the infield, it's going to be 4.
And then down the ground. Just a single though. Not quite full enough for him to get the elevation that he was looking for or the distance. Good from Graves.
I reckon that Bangladesh would love to dismiss Sherfin Rutherford. He's looking dangerous. He's playing real sensibly, Sherfin Rutherford. Have to give him a lot of credit. Being struck in the head twice, young Badri. And he's soldiering on. It's good to see the youngsters are in.
Yeah, got to give them credit too. And they've been here all day looking on at the action. Republic Bank, 5 for fun, 212 for 4. Yeah, the Republic Bank 5 for Fun program targets primary school students just to get them interested and engaged in the sport from an early age. And once you spark that interest and that love, then the sky is the limit. Wonderful initiative from Republic Bank and Cricket West Indies. Yeah, nice to see the youngsters proudly displaying the logo, the t-shirts, the flag bearers, the anthem bodies, and now they're seeing a very competitive game of cricket. Seem to be twins.
Some of them looking very shy. Rutherford's innings so far, play some delightful shot. Flew the offside, uppercut as well, powerfully down the ground. He's really played well. Not afraid to go for the pull shot as well. Wonderful inning so far.
That's gone. That's disappeared. He hasn't played the short ball all too well, but off late, he's been smacking them for sixes. Brilliant from Rutherford.
Short delivery from Tanzim. Didn't bounce as high, just about chest high. And Rutherford was onto it in a flash. Into the wind as well, but it didn't matter. Sail over the back of square for 6.
Wide signal, maybe a slower bouncer into the surface, but too high. Required run rate under 8 now, 7.76. And trying to sink it in. We saw Romario Shepherd with a few of those when the West Indies bowled comfortably over the batter's head. And then that from around the wicket as well, secretly.
Good Yorker that time. You know, I can't recall nothing Rutherford could have done. You know, young Badri, I can't recall a bowler being wided, bowling something too high over my head when I played. Would take some doing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they were aiming for your toes. No one was going at your head because with ball in hand, they'd be scared.
Can't say the same for your friend Bishop. When Lee West played against Trinidad, he peppered me all the time.
But this really is scintillating batting from Sherfin Rutherford. I saw him in that Sri Lanka series, what he did there, and then the one opportunity in the England series. And he starts off well again here in this one. And in his 8th one-day international innings that he's played, already 5 half-centuries. And that is remarkable stuff from him. A productive shot for Justin Graves as well. He's shown that time and time again. 13 runs from that over, 225 for 4. Yeah, that yellow worm now ahead of the red. Upward trajectory, last ball of the previous over. Very authoritatively played by Justin Graves. And this partnership of 32 from just 24, taking the game away even more. Just maybe lost his shape there, trying to hit it too hard.
It's going to be very important. Now, Sherfin Rutherford, the set batter, bat to the end, get his team over the line. The last thing that the West Indies want is for him to be dismissed, to get a new batter in. Very, very important he stay at the crease, Rutherford.
Yeah, now that we're into the final power play, an additional fielder allowed outside the inner circle, so he has protection backward of square as well. That's his specialty. Sherfin Rutherford, that's his area of strength, and he demonstrates that in no uncertain manner. Continues to motor on.
He did enjoy it, didn't he? Look at that, a good stride in. And that is Sherfin Rutherford at his best. And he did enjoy it. So did Justin Graves, his batting partner. What a stroke that was.
Now we might need a replacement ball. That one has gone into the road. The Luzak Road. That was some blow. We've seen that shot from him on numerous occasions. One of the few batters in the West Indies who's that strong in that region over extra cover. Generally, you find West Indians a strong leg side, but this young man, he shows tremendous power through the offside. 62 from 51 needed now. Apex ball tracker will give us an indication of how far this one went into the road. 99 meters. Easily the biggest of the day.
He's playing a brilliant innings for his team, Sheffield Rutherford. 76 off 63. Started off a little bit slowly, but he gathered momentum and rhythm and doing a great job.
A 10 run over, 42 gone, 235 for 4.
Taskin Ahmed. .59 required from 47 deliveries. And you know, we've talked a lot about dot balls, but the West Indies have pulled things back in terms of the dot ball count to where Bangladesh at a similar point had actually soaked up more dot balls, 139 to the West Indies 133. But still work to do for both teams. Deep fine leg, deep square leg, and long on. Hello, Atta Ali Khan.
Hello, Bish. It has been a wonderful display of batting from Sheriff Rutherford. Remember, he was hit a couple of times with short pitch deliveries. Didn't really disturb his concentration. He's looked even better. Excellent. And his strike rate is very good. That's exactly what West Indies needed, because they were consuming too many dot deliveries. 7 4s and 4 6s in this inning so far for him.
The cry is catch it, but it just has enough on it to get over the boundary and away from long on. He's got such quick hands, Sheffield Rutherford.
Well, it's certainly taking the game away from Bangladesh. It's a lovely pickup shot. And he knew that he nailed it because he didn't even bother to run. That's gone the distance. Fantastic shot.
It's now his highest score in one-day internationals, surpassing the 80 in Sri Lanka. Cat hits the cry again, but enough on it. Back-to-back sixes for Sheffield Rutherford. 47 required from 44. Into the wind or not.
And brings up the 50 partnership also. 55 with that 6 of just 34 deliveries. Doesn't matter if it's short or full. Twice back-to-back sixes. turning out to be a good over for West Indies. Bangladesh need a wicket.
Mamadullah in the firing line there did well to stop it. They get a single.
Hit that very, very hard. The cracking shot one more time from Cherf and Rutherford. And this is what you're talking about, career best top scores in ODIs for Rutherford. This is the one. And it could turn out to be a match-winning one. They still require 46 in 43 deliveries. 6 wickets in hand. He's also played a good part with the bat. 21 of just 18 deliveries.
.250 is up, 250 for 4. Rutherford on his highest ODI score, 89. Justin Graves and 22. 45 required, so just a little more than a runner ball. 4 leg side fielders on the boundary. No one saving one in that leg side. Tanzim has switched ends.
Taking the pace of the ball. Just making sure that the batter does not have any connection on the bat. Still pretty wide on that occasion. Opportunity for Justin Graves to pick up a boundary.
Roston Chase, Romario Shepherd, Gudakesh Moti, Alzari Joseph and Jaden Seals, not necessarily in that order, available for these fans. In with an economy rate of just under 6 in the last 10 overs this year. Terrific. Good stop as well. Had it been a more accurate throw, it could have been trouble. Into the 90s he goes.
You're putting the pressure on the fielders in the deep. Taking the first one very quickly and then the second one. Very good running between the wickets. And they certainly got into a really good momentum here. They just couldn't pick up cleanly, Rishad Hussain. And the throw wide. It was not even in the screen. Had it been closer, it could have been really tight. The idea from Tanzeen Hassan Saqib is to cramp him for some room, but he's been on a shorter side and also wide, allowing Rutherford to pick up easy runs. Yes, 4 in this over already, and more field changes. Justin Graves will be on strike. A strong offside field.
The 4 deep fielders on the leg side are there if he wants to play a pull shot, whether it's pace off or pace on into the wind. But he's also got the option with a sweeper offside, and he's got a good Yorker. It is that into the pitch, and he hits it in front of square magnificently, Justin Graves.
He's been too short in this over and paying a heavy price. He concedes another boundary. Look how short this is, rolling the finger over, but it's too wide, allowing the batter to free his arms. And it's a cracking shot, because you've got to pick up the gap, and it does exactly that. In front, to the left of the fielder, in the covers for a lovely boundary.
Goes short again. Just one. Graves has played an important hand here. 259 for 4. Colour and vibe here at Warner Park today. As we approach Christmas, they're celebrating. Can West Indies give them a gift? 2 more matches beyond today's opening one-day international, CG United one-day international. On the 10th and 12th, Tuesday and Thursday. Then we get to St. Vincent for the T20 International Series, 3 matches. But for now, Sumusaka.
Desperate measures, would like to go and find someone to break this partnership. That's the reason why Windies and Mirage have asked Sumusaka to come in the attack. Right arm medium from the pavilion end. You know, it's looking a little bit difficult for Bangladesh until and unless they break this partnership. What a lovely partnership this is turning out to be. 66. We spoke about Rutherford's exploits with the bat. What about Graves? Only 28. Partnership 66.
Justin Graves rolled off those 3 consecutive hundreds in the domestic 50-over tournament, batting up at top of the innings. Second and final warning for Bangladesh for taking too long to start their overs. If it happens again, 5 penalty runs. Deep set leg side field. .15 ODI wickets for Sumusaka. Looking to bowl a few cutters.
Didn't pick that one up. Sure, from Rutherford, it was short. Look how short that was. He let it go to the keeper.
What he's trying to do is get the ball to hit off centre with a pace off. Because it's reacting so slowly off the pitch, he's hoping that if he goes leg side, it hits off centre into the wind. There's protection down the ground as well, so that's a couple of the reasons for taking pace off of it largely.
And Shumo Shocker have done well in this over. He's only conceded a single.
Would that have been tight, or did Graves get home? I'm saying get home, had it hit the stumps, where would he have been? Yeah, just in. No pun intended. Just in. Two 6-2 for 4.
Rutherford, no Rutherford, making 100 today. Yeah, for sure.
Streak of 11 consecutive victories for Bangladesh in ODIs on the line. Roston Chase with pads on. Romario Shepherd, I'm sure, will be suited up somewhere as well. There he is. Gudakesh Moti suited up as well, and his batting has improved. Can Tanzim conjure a wicket for his team? One thing I think it's a fair statement to see this. We saw an intensity when in the running when that partnership started maturing between Shea Hope and Rutherford, and that's the intensity that I would like to see from the start of the innings, rather than playing catch up. Guys are hitting gaps nicely.
That would have made life a little bit easier at this stage of the game. We're certainly taking some time. Left hand, right hand, the combination in the middle.
And to be fair, to be absolutely fair, Bangladesh absorbed 155 dot balls in their innings. So if West Indies are going to face some analysis of needing to improve, Bangladesh themselves have soaked up a higher percentage up to this point, so they need to improve. They should have gotten 300.
At one stage, it looked when Zakir Ali and Mahmudullah were batting, it certainly looked that they would have gone past 300, maybe 320 was on the cards.
Finds the gap nicely, sliced away deliberately by Justin Graves.
I think he was in search of a Yorker. Doesn't get it right. And just opening the face of the bag, then goes between those two players at the short third area. An important boundary. 27 and 26 now.
I wonder if you get Nahid Rana back into the attack here. Taskin has one. Could be a couple of runs. No, just one. I think Shafin is pulling in some big ones.
What Justin Graves have done is that he's taken the pressure off Rutherford. He's gone very quickly to 36 of 28 deliveries, and the partnership really good. A really good roll with the bat here.
.270 for 4. Sumusaka again with that 3 deep leg side fielders, a short fine leg, protection down the ground. Will they get 2? Has he weighted it well enough? He's weighted it beautifully. Extra runs, more runs. Oh, this is a gift. It is 100, a brilliant 100 for Shafane Rutherford, his first in one-day internationals. And he's only in his 10th match. He really has lifted the West Indies out of a precarious position. What a run. 5 half centuries and a century of great skill and character.
What a time to pick up a century, chasing 294. Outstanding stuff from Shafane Rutherford. What a knock of just 77 deliveries, strike rate of 131.
Checking to see when the throw was essayed. Earned 6 runs. Magnificent run of form. 74 not out, 80, 50 not out, 54, and now 101. Add 6 more. He knows this ground very well. This is magnificent all around the Caribbean and beyond from Shafane Rutherford. He silenced the Tigers.
He's muscled it down the ground. That is a cracking shot. A shimmy down the wicket also. He anticipated that slower delivery from Sumusaka. Oh, my word, what a shot.
Oh, goodness me. 6 with overthrows. 6.
They're loving it. They're simply loving it, the way he's hit those 6s.
This is grabbing your opportunity. Taken it, but it ends a wonderful knock. A knock of brilliance, skill, and timing from Shafane Rutherford. They will stand and they will applaud, and they should do that around the Caribbean region. A knock that surely will end a run of 11 straight losses to Bangladesh.
Yeah, what a knock. What a knock. Going for 113. It's 288 for 5.
the toast of the tongue. A run of form that he has not let up. And finally converting one of those half centuries into that cherished number.
A little bit too late to see the back of him. It's a decent catch. Disappointed, but he's done his work. Gotten West Indies in the winning position.
Roston Chase. Also a very good move to get Sherfin coming in ahead of him. Utility player. We talked during the series against England that the West Indies identity was a chasing identity. Because of the depth and strength of their batting, they've continued that surely into this game in spite of it being a day game. Justin Graves has played an important role coming in the middle order. 2-9-1 for 5. Sherfin Rutherford had one list 100 scored in 2023 against the Leeward Islands for Guyana. He scored 100 in the T10 only a few days ago and has cemented his great form with 100 in ODIs, his maiden ODI 100. 4 to win.
What about the role that the skipper played with the bat? Yes, he's done a wonderful job. Terrific innings. The hero of the match for sure. But I also thought that the skipper, Shai Hope, played a really big part to hold that innings together. With that innings of 86 and 88 deliveries, set the tone for the chase.
I'm sure Shai Hope will give frank and fair opinions and analysis at the end of this game. He'll want his unit to bowl better. But Bangladesh, they'll rue the chance that they had to score above 300. They were denied it. He gets home. The throw was a little wide. It allowed Justin Graves to get back for 2. Scores level. A balance of power shift with the last test match won by Bangladesh. They've won 11 in a row in ODIs against the West Indies. And that ends now for Mehidy Hassan and his men. A very, very, very important win, a very important innings for Justin Graves and return to the ODI team. It ends a run of 11 consecutive losses to Bangladesh in ODIs and continues to propel the West Indies towards movement and important points up the rankings table. They win here at Warner Park by 5 wickets with 2.2 overs to spare. They really are a team who identifies with chasing in this format.
Excellent work. Outstanding. Started with the skipper, Shea Hope. Then Rutherford and Justin Graves follow suit. What a knock. And remember, he was struggling initially. But when he got set, he took on the bowling and he smashed those big sixes all over the park. They'll be disappointed, Bangladesh. 294 was not a bad total, but not good enough to go and defend it, especially on this surface.
Yeah, the bowlers were good, I thought, in the power play. They were good for about 20-25 overs, very disciplined. But Rutherford and Shea Hope entrenched themselves. And then when the muscle was needed, Shofin Rutherford with a brilliant, absolutely outstanding maiden ODI century took the game away. Justin Graves played no small part along with Shea Hope in chasing this total. A record run chase at Warner Park, the highest successful run chase for the West Indies in ODIs here. And that's what history is, a chance to create your own.
They'll be disappointed in terms of the batting because I thought they had a really good start. Tanzid Hassan made 60, but he couldn't continue to go on. So Mushaka was looking good for his 19. I thought Matheson Miraj did play a good part, but it just consumed too many deliveries. 74 of 100 deliveries. But then the pair of Jakar Ali and Rishad Hussain, beg your pardon, Mahmudullah, gave something to the bowlers to go and defend it. 18 the last 10, not good enough. Congratulations to West Indies to go on win by 5 wickets.
King struggled, Lewis struggled, Carty struggled. Shea Hope took his time to get going, but once he did in that partnership of 99 with Rutherford, it restored the balance of power. And then Shofin Rutherford went into overdrive, getting his first 100 in ODIs, and Justin Graves on return, 41 from 31, showing that his test form, at least in the first game, and his Super 50 form was not just a passing phase.
They bowled well in patches. Taskin Ahmed went wicketless, none for 53. Tanzim Hassan Saqib bowled his full quota of overs, the only one to complete full quota of overs, also 1 for 55. Nahid Rana bowled with pace and just could not disturb the batting of West Indies.
Remember, the West Indies dot ball percentage actually was better than Bangladesh. They got to 294 for 6, and West Indies chasing it, winning by 5 wickets. They lead this 3-match CG United ODI series by 1-0, but more importantly, they get their ranking points put in. CG United moment of the match. That 100, maiden ODI 100 by Shofin Rutherford, helped along, not that he needed it, by 4 overthrows. And then the celebration, the smiles, a man who has turned his good form and capitalized. Test series drawn 1 apiece, and 3 CG United ODIs goes the way of the West Indies by 5 wickets, with 2 more to come here in St. Kitts. A joyous moment in the career of Shilpane Rutherford. Reeled off a succession of half centuries in previous ODIs. And now he gets to the promised land, the cherished land. That is how you take advantage of the opportunities presented to you. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the presentation. Don't go away.
What an entertaining match we've had there. And if that first match is anything to go by, buckle up, folks. We have a couple more entertaining ones to come. Congratulations to West Indies then on a 5-wicket win and taking a 1-0 series lead. Welcome to the end of match presentation of the first ODI of the CG United One-Day International Series, West Indies against Bangladesh 2024. We would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United title sponsor, Macron, Dafabet, Blue Waters, St. Kitts Tourism Authority, Jitbuzz, 1xX, Apex, ESPN, Disney Plus, and Coca-Cola. I would now like to introduce the CG United player of the match, and no surprises there. It goes to Shilpane Rutherford, and that award will be presented by Mr. Miles Bascom, Director of Cricket, Cricket West Indies. Thank you very much, Mr. Bascom. Shilpane, if I can have a quick chat with you. First of all, congratulations on that knock, 113 from, just 113 rather, from 80 deliveries. What a purple patch you've been having of late. What would you attribute for your levels of success in your last few innings?
First of all, I want to thank God for the opportunity. And, you know, the key is working hard. I plan to start working hard on my game. I start working with Ronald. I start doing everything I can to just be disciplined and, give myself the best chance of performing, and it's good to see that it coming out.
Yeah, it did come off today. A maiden one-day international ton for you. Talk us through your innings today, your planning, and how that planning evolved as you got set and you got deep into the innings.
Well, first of all, when I go in, I try to, hit the gaps. I try to get good intent, run between the wickets, and, as long as I set, I can always make up. I start a bit slow, but I know as long as I'm there, I can always make up in the end.
A couple blows to your helmet and to your chin, the short delivery, and you recovered quite well. You smoked a few for 6. It just shows that once you get yourself set, you can take them on.
Yeah, definitely. It's a part of the game. You must get it, and it's something that I make up my mind to take a few blows for the team. And, as long as I'm there, as I said, I could always make up. At first, it was a bit testing, but as long as I get in, I realized that I could take it on.
And that partnership with Shea Hope, 99, it was worth. What were the discussions during that time?
Oh, well, he's always good batting with him. He was just telling me to, keep the intent, take it deep, and we just try to bat in small partnerships, and I think that played out well.
You've set the bar quite high now with that innings and those innings in the lead up to this. What can we expect from Sheffield Rutherford in the remaining games?
Well, I'm looking to be consistent, so with consistency, there will be performances. By the grace of God, I continue to score runs for West Indies and myself.
Congratulations once again, Sheffield. Very well done, and all the best in the remaining matches.
Thank you.
I'd just like to introduce the captain of Bangladesh, Mehdi Hassan. If you can just make your way here for a quick chat. Commiserations, firstly. If we can go back to the start of play today, during the toss, you mentioned 280 might be a pass score. You got to 294. Were you satisfied with that total then?
Yes, we are satisfied. 295 is very good score for this kind of wicket. Definitely goes to credit them. They played really well, especially Shai Hope and Ford. They got partnership in the middle over. We didn't get wicket. I think it was a tough day for our bowlers.
Well, given what you just said, then how would you assess your overall bowling performance? You had a good start in the power play.
Yeah, definitely. We started very well, especially Nahid and Taskin and Tanzim Sakib. They bowled really well, and after that we didn't bowl well in the middle over, so we didn't get wicket. So it can happen, that type of wicket, but still wicket is looking good, and they played really well. Obviously goes to credit them.
I know you'll take some time to reflect on this and to come up with plans for the next match, but what is your greatest takeaway from today's game?
Yeah, definitely. We learned from so many things. We did some mistake. We just focus on how to get better in the next match. So still we have to chance to get win. Like we have 2 more matches left. So I think we are a good chance for us.
Tough day at the office today. All the best in the remaining matches, Mehdi.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mehdi Hassan, captain of Bangladesh. If I can call the successful captain of the West Indies, Shea Hope. Shea, first of all, congratulations on this win. It was 11-0. Now it's 11-1. A good start to the series for you and your men. What pleased you the most with this victory today?
Just the way the guys went out there and showed that we really wanted to turn around that 11-0 streak. We spoke about it in the meeting for quite some time. And yeah, it's just great to see the consistency showing with both bat and ball. We just got to sharpen up in the field, but I'm very happy with the guys today.
Let's talk a little bit about the bowling then. Just the 3 overs for Ruston Chase. Your assessment meant that perhaps not much assistance for him?
Yeah, it wasn't getting much turn on the pitch. It was a pretty easy pace surface, a bit slow at times. But yeah, I don't think that he would have been as threatening as he normally would be. But yeah, we've got the luxury of Justin Graves here now. So obviously if the pacers are getting some more movement and extracting a bit more on the surface, you got to utilize the seam when you can.
And your thoughts on Sheffield Rutherford? He's amazed us. He continues to amaze us in this format. What would you say about him?
I think he's leading from the front with his batting. As you say, we ask for consistency. We always speak about it, and he's showing it every single time he goes out there in the park. He's been striking the ball very, very well. He's been putting in a lot of hard work, and it's great to see all the hard work that he's been putting in is coming out in the middle.
And you were so close to a century yourself. Tell us a little bit about that dismissal. Must have been disappointing for you, Shea?
You already know what I'm going to say. Yeah, I'm more disappointed not finishing the game for the team. Like I even told Sheffield that when he came off, just getting the habit of winning the game. The centuries and the milestones would come as a bypass. but it's more important to finish the game. So even in that situation, Sheriffin, yes, I'm very happy that he got at that 100, but you know, just get in the habit of finishing the game for the team. And obviously those hundreds would come afterwards.
Yeah, forgot about centuries for you. Some other batters scoring centuries in recent matches, that must please you no end.
Oh yeah, for sure. As long as we ask them to put their hands up, they're getting big scores more consistently. And the top 4, top 5 batters really have to raise their hands and set up the scoreboard for the bowlers to come if you're batting first, and vice versa, you know. So very pleasing. I just want us to continue, obviously not relax. We got a game in a couple of days, so we got to make sure we're going to be as consistent as possible, do the same thing that we've been doing well over the last few months to a year. So I'm very happy with the guys, but we got to do it 2 more times.
Congratulations on a 1-0 series lead.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shay.
Sun goes down on this first CG United ODI, confirmation that Bangladesh chose to bat first on winning the toss. They got to 294 for 6. They looked as though they were on target for 300 plus half centuries for Mehebi Hassan, Tanzid and Mamadullah. Shepherd was the best of the bowlers, I thought. And then the West Indies, a little bit of a struggle really in the first 15, 20 overs. But that 99-run partnership between Hope and Rutherford restored the balance of power. Graves then chipped in with 41 from 31. Rutherford with his maiden ODI half-century. West Indies winning by 5 wickets, and they lead the 3-match series 1-0. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have some analysis for you. Don't go away.
A resounding victory for the West Indies in this Siege United one-day international series. A 5-wicket win thanks to a century from Rutherford, a half-century from Captain Shea Hope, and a good quick-fire 41 from Justin Graves towards the end. West Indies take a 1-0 lead in the series. Right, a lot to celebrate and speak about. Reflecting on today's 50-over encounter, Atta Ali Khan, along with Sir Curtly Ambrose, is alongside. Sir Curtly was smiling earlier because the West Indies have finally broken the streak, Sir Curtly, of 11 matches of Bangladesh winning in a row. What will this mean and what will they be happy with?
Well, first of all, it means a lot for them. Losing 11 in a row to any team is heartbreaking. And they played well. The batting was superb. The bowling was decent, but room for improvement. But the batting was superb. Captain Shea Hope laid the foundation, and then Rutherford finished it with 100, his first. And of course, Justin Graves with his quick-fire 40. To me, they played a wonderful game, hence the victory.
After how will Bangladesh reflect on their performance?
They'll be disappointed, but that was a special inning. I mean, you cannot forget the fact that when you saw him coming down to bat, he was struggling with short pitch deliveries. He was hit a couple of times, and he never gave in. So he showed a tough character, and when he got set, then he smashed 8 sixes. Incredible, because the momentum was set, as Sir Curtly Ambrose pointed out, that Shea Hope did all the hard work. But then his innings was a match-winning innings. It was simply outstanding to see him bat, especially in that way.
Yeah, came in a tricky period, 94 for 3, asking it was around 8 and over. And he actually mentioned just now, it was a slow start for him, Sir Curtly. 17 off 26 deliveries, was struck a few times. What sort of control and maturity did he show in his innings to be able to make up at the back end?
Well, first of all, he was struck twice. And, you know, that didn't faze him. He took his time early, got accustomed to the pace of the pitch, and once he get into a rhythm and start to flow, it was just Rutherford. I mean, you know, when you get hit twice, you probably may get a bit shy, a little bit concerned. He didn't show any weakness at all. And hence, that 100, he truly deserved it.
Yeah, he really was sensational, both against the fuller deliveries and the shorter deliveries later on in his innings. After we mentioned on commentary, Shea Hope in winning run chases averages over 90 for the West Indies. Here again with his 86, a crucial knock.
Very crucial. I thought maybe because West Indies lost 2 quick wickets at the same score of 27. So they needed to find someone to just stay there, make sure that he blocks one, and he did that beautifully. He played some glorious shots, but the way he handled the pressure, initially absorbed the pressure, but whenever there was an opportunity, he took on the bowlers. He hit some big shots. I think he understood the value of a player to be there when you lose early wickets, and that's what he did. Make sure that you get into a solid foundation and get into a good momentum, and then hope the others chip in, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, he was brilliant, the captain. Gentlemen, I want to talk about the Bangladesh bowling now. I'll start with you, Sir Curtly. Let's talk about what they did well. The wicket-taking deliveries, what did you see, especially with that new ball?
I thought that they bowled in good areas, first and foremost. They didn't allow the West Indian batters to get off to a flyer. We all know they did the notion of taking advantage of the first power play. West Indies never got going in the first power play. Couple of wickets fell early, and they were under pressure. And then, of course, Captain Shea Hope, we know how good a player he is, laid the foundation for the others to come. So Bangladesh bowlers bowled pretty well up front, but then towards the end, you just couldn't contain the West Indians.
And after West Indies were 130 for 3 after 30 overs. After that, Bangladesh conceded 9 over from there on in. So was it a case of a lack of consistency that we saw in the initial period?
Well, if you look at the score, it does suggest that it was lack of consistency because of the fact that when we saw them bowling, especially early on, they bowled stump to stump. So there were hardly anything free because they stopped them scoring. They could not pick up a single, they could not pick up a boundary, so it started well. But again, having said that, when a batter does get set on a pitch like this, then you can take on the bowlers, and that's exactly what Hope and Rutherford and also Justin Graves did.
Yeah, there was a certain change of intent from that 30th over. So Curtly, there was a lot of intent in that last partnership between Graves and Rutherford, 95 from 57 deliveries. How did they complement each other?
I mean, Justin Graves is in good form. He came with the Super 50 with 3 centuries in a row. He made a test 100. So he's full of confidence. He complimented Rutherford very well, gave him a lot of the strike as well, which kept the momentum going. And the partnership, in the end, saw West Indies over the line. Was brilliantly done.
Yeah, a couple of 90-plus run partnerships, Shea Hope and Rutherford, and then, of course, Rutherford and Graves. Atta, as we talk about the next and remainder of the series, Bangladesh's batting will be something they reflect on. They got 80 off the last 10, 294. Did you feel they maybe 100 plus?
Absolutely, because they were in the position to really step on the accelerator, especially that pair of Mahmudullah and Jakir Ali. And if you look at Jakir Ali, the way he's handled himself, you look to the way he batted in the test matches and carried out the form. So I'm just wondering whether Bangladesh team management will be thinking, can we send him up the order? He batted number 7, maybe 6. Afif did not score any runs. And you've got to understand that the players who are in form, you've got to get the best out of them and give them as many overs as much as possible in the middle. So if you want that to happen, he has to bat up the order. There's no question about it, but a wonderful, wonderful innings. Yes, maybe the last 10 overs with 2 set batters, I was expecting maybe more than 100. If that was the case, 320. Yeah, I thought they were 20 or 30 or run short.
Right, room for improvement. So currently, final word with you. You mentioned earlier the bowling had some room for improvement. How do they improve with ball in hand to make sure they clinch the series, the West Indies?
They just need to be a bit more consistent. I find too often they bowl a couple of good deliveries, maybe 3 or 4 deliveries, and then the batters haven't scored, and they change and try something different. They get smacked for a boundary, and then they go back to what they were doing. So they need to show more patience and just dry up the runs, make it hard for the batters to score. Once they do that, they're going to be okay. But they cannot go searching for goal too often. Stick with what's working for you.
Right, thank you very much to Sir Curly. Make sure you put a hand around our friend Atta Ali Khan this evening. But they will be back, the Tigers. It's 1 day off, gentlemen, and then we are into the second one-day international. A reminder, the West Indies winning by 5 wickets. Bangladesh won the toss, opted to bat first. Some would have felt they should have got 300 plus, and the West Indies chasing successfully thanks to a brilliant 100 by Sherfane Rutherford. Now, second ODI comes to you on Tuesday right here from Warner Park. Make sure you join us from 9 a.m. local time when we'll be on air. It's another 9:30 start. It really has been a pleasure to have your company. Always fun when the West Indies play in the Caribbean. We hope to see you on Tuesday. It's bye for now.
Sumusaka.
We just finished it off. So we just, yeah, but we just got to finish something. I know, but we have to do something. Yeah, it's okay. No, it's okay. Just want to tell you guys why you'll do your thing. Okay. Good night.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Level 1, level 1, level 1, level 1.
That is unbelievable. Dominance continues in the Caribbean.
Welcome to the highlights of the first CG United ODI between Bangladesh and the West Indies. Things started off with Tanzid and Sumo Saka trying to get a good partnership going. Sumo went early and then Litan Das, but Tanzid managed to stitch together a lovely partnership with captain Mehedi. Got to his half century and then disappointingly fell. Mehedi Hassan soldiered on and got his own half century together. Then he fell. Mahmudullah and Zakir Ali then added 96 to close out the innings beautifully. Mahmudullah showing some of his best form in bringing up his own 50. West Indies started with the fall of King and then Lewis and found themselves in trouble before Shea Hope got into his stride initially with Casey Carty getting his own 50. And then with Sherfane Rutherford, they put on 99. Hope was in some of his best six-hitting form as his innings advanced until he had a little power failure and lost his wicket. But Rutherford stayed till near the end and went into overdrive in the partnership with Justin Graves, 95-run partnership. And then he brought up his maiden ODI century. A glorious 100 it was as well. West Indies winning by 5 wickets to take a 1-0 lead in the 3-match CG United ODI series.
bhai. Yeah, Rana bhai.
Come on, good batting, bhai. Good batting, good batting, good batting.
Good batting, boys. Good batting.
Gabe, Gabe, bhai, ভালো হচ্ছে, ভালো হচ্ছে, ভালো হচ্ছে. Come on, Bangladesh! Go, go! Come on! Bangladesh!
Look, you made it.
Bangladesh! 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 We get there!
Hit that ear and you guys can happen, boy.
the red ball.